having a good school semester?
Yeah, we are.
Board, is everybody ready to start? I don't think I'm on. Go ahead. Is everybody good? Ready to start? Yep. All right. Good evening and welcome. Thank you everyone for your patience and waiting on us to start just a little bit late. Our next item on the agenda is return to open session. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
So move. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I need a motion to certify closed session that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Our student representatives tonight are Naira from Blacksburg High School and Ann Ray from Eastern Montgomery High School. They will read the mission and beliefs for MCPS.
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences.
Our beliefs are all students can learn in order to pursue their dreams.
Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity.
Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected.
Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member.
The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths.
All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources.
Every child deserves an advocate.
Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community.
Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth.
Learning and teaching are collective efforts that begin at birth and involve the entire community.
And relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Thank you both. Naira, do you have a report from BHS?
Yes, I do. It's been exciting watching the school year develop at Blacksburg High School. Some recent highlights include the finalization of our Thanksgiving basket project. 831 baskets were assembled, a BHS school record. The winter sports season has begun, including basketball, wrestling, swimming and diving, and indoor track. Good luck to all of those athletes this year. The BHS drone team traveled to Arlington, Texas, and won third place in a playoff competition. They were invited back for the championship round this past weekend, which was an amazing experience for everyone involved. Finally, the theater department has successfully completed 4 shows of the musical Elf Jr. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Ann Ray, would you like to give us an update from Eastern Montgomery?
Yes. Good evening. East Montgomery has been super busy since my last report, but I'll try to include as much as possible. First off, our football team finished the season with a record of 5-6 and 4th in the Pioneer District. Our volleyball team had a very accomplished season, finishing with a record of 17-8 in addition to taking second place in the Pioneer District. And our boys cross country team took first place in the Pioneer District. Our Scholastic Bowl team defeated Covington in their match last Thursday with a score of 155-80. We are so proud of all our athletes and all their hard work. Eastmont's been on a roll with fundraising. Our food drive brought in approximately 1,050 items, and our penny roll brought in a total of $817. Our FFA had the opportunity to walk in the Blacksburg Christmas Parade with Montgomery County Farm Bureau Young Farmers, and we hope to be able to walk in the Christiansburg Christmas Parade as well, coming up very soon. Our construction technology class has been deconstructing and remodeling one of our old tool sheds into a much more suitable storage place. It has been hard work, but very worth it. With the semester coming to a close, my fellow students and I have been working hard to ensure that all our work and grades are where they should be. Teachers have been very accommodating by making sure their rooms are open for extra tutoring and also prove themselves eager in helping us succeed. As a school, we are also super excited to share that 3 of our students recently earned their Certified Nursing Assistant certification. We are so proud of them and are super excited to see where the medical world takes them. Thank you.
Awesome. All great news. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is honors, awards, and recognitions. This is our favorite part of the board meeting, when we get to recognize our students and staff. The board will not leave our seats during this recognition as we try to maintain physical distancing. I appreciate your understanding. Mr. Polly, will you begin with the seniors of the month, please?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Graham, members of the board, Dr. Meyer, Ms. Whitaker. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of a senior of the month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed on the screens in the boardroom and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or teacher who nominated them for this recognition. In order, we will have this evening present for us Mr. Adam Simpson, principal of Blacksburg High School, Mr. Tony Divler, principal of Christiansburg High School, and Mr. Todd Lewis, principal of Eastern Montgomery High School. The seniors from Auburn High School were unable to be with us this evening. Mr. Simpson.
Good evening, school board members. Dr. Meyer. It is my honor and privilege to present our senior of the month, which is Silas Turner. So Silas, come on up. And I'm going to read a quote from one of your teachers, okay? The physical education department is proud to recognize Silas Turner as senior of the month for his outstanding efforts in advanced physical education. Silas is a model student at Blacksburg High School who strives for excellence each and every day. He can be counted on to give 100% in the classroom. Silas is a joy to have in class and on the Bruin team. Congratulations, Silas.
Good evening. It is my privilege to present to the board that the December Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School is Josie Shelton. So at this time, I'd like to ask Josie and her family to come up at this time. Here is what a few teachers have to say about Josie. Josie is a ball of joyful energy. She shows care and compassion for others, constantly strives to improve her skills, and is an amazing performer. She is an example of how to stretch a comfort zone, make others feel welcome, and work through challenges. Josie loves to laugh. She is kind, respectful, and fun. She has a passion for theater and loves the human connection and storytelling aspect of it. Josie understands the importance of ensemble. She not only strives to perfect her own performance, but works tirelessly with others to help them learn their lines, blocking, and characterizations. I appreciate the strength, talent, and humility that Josie brings to any project, knowing that she will always give her best. She is a true joy to teach. Josie was the district and region outstanding actor and will be competing this weekend in the VHSL one-act competition. She plans to attend a 4-year university and major in theater. Congratulations, Josie.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Meyer. It is my honor to be here this evening to recognize the Eastern Montgomery High School Senior of the Month, Lance Elkins. Lance is here with his family, and we ask that he comes forward at this time. I'd like to read a quote from one of his teachers, which demonstrates how deserving he is of this distinction. Lance Elkins has grown into a true leader within our school as a whole, including his leadership in the classroom, on the athletic fields, and within the community. He's an outstanding student, a member of our Corps of Cadets, and a role model that embodies the definition of lead by example. Lance is a credit to his class, his school, and his community. Please join me in congratulating Lance Elkins as our Senior of the Month.
Mr. Polly, I believe you have another award to give?
my honor and privilege to be before you again this evening to present another award to Dr. Kelly Pasick. I would ask Dr. Pasick to come forward, please. The Virginia Association for School Librarians has announced their Virginia's School Librarian of the Year for 2021 as Dr. Kelly Pasick. Dr. Pasick is the librarian at Blacksburg Middle School, as well as the lead librarian for our secondary schools in Montgomery County. Dr. Pasick received this award on Friday, November 5th at the Vassal Annual Conference in Williamsburg. In addition to her roles in MCPS, Dr. Pasick also volunteers as the chairperson for the Virginia Association of School Librarians Legislative Committee. She serves as the co-director of the Roanoke region for Vassal, and she is a member of the American Association of School Librarians and the American Library Association. Over her 10 years as school librarian, Dr. Pasick has strived to empower students and foster positive relations in the BMS library. She works hard to make the school library a welcoming place for all students and a hub of quality instruction. Outreach has been a passion of hers, especially during school closures due to the pandemic. Dr. Pasick played an integral role in partnering with Wing Aviation to utilize drone delivery to library materials to students throughout her community. This innovative outreach resulted in meaningful connections to her students and received national acclaim, being named 2021 Library Journal Mover and Shaker. Additionally, she assisted in organizing school bus delivery of library materials during school closures. Dr. Pasick exemplifies the role of a true partner and leader in the school, in the region, and amongst the national community of librarians. Congratulations, Dr. Kelly Pasick, for being named Virginia School Librarian of the Year for 2021.
Congratulations, Ms. Pasick. Tonight, we also recognize Ms. Karan's significant contributions to public education in Virginia. She is currently the VSBA Blue Ridge Chair Representative, served as a legislative advocate for VSBA, received the VSBA Award of Distinction multiple times, and is devoted to continued professional development as a board member. Ms. Karan led the reinstatement of MCPS legislation meetings, and those meetings have become increasingly productive as we've created and maintained relationships with our state legislators. As chair and vice chair of the school board, Ms. Karan led our board with grace as she worked to build relationships with each board member. She has maintained a cooperative relationship with the Board of Supervisors to advocate for school needs. On top of all these things, Ms. Karan is a productive, responsible, and caring member of the school board. She is collaborative and always in pursuit of fairness. She values relationships and takes the time to build and develop relationships with each board member. She visits every school in our county at least once each year, not just the schools in her district, every single school. She advocates for our staff and expresses her gratitude to them on a personal level. I've been proud to serve on the school board with her, and I am sad to see her leadership leave our board in December. Tonight, we recognize Ms. Karan on her departure from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I promise not to cry.
All right, our next item on the agenda.
Wait a minute. Is it, can we not say a few things? I'd like to.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
And I don't want to jump in line, but I will. Is my mic on? Well, Goonan, I'm going to miss you. Okay, you
I will
have
miss
been
you too.
your kindred spirit. You're sweet. Just the way you look at things, you have a big heart. And not only do I consider you a colleague, but a friend. And I appreciate everything you've done. You have worked harder at going and doing things more than any board member I've seen in 16 years. And I appreciate that because I know how hard that is. And, you know, I just know I wish you the very best in your relaxing and your retirement. But I hope that you won't be a stranger. And I hope our new board member understands what big shoes he has to fill, so.
You already told me so.
But thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you've done for us and for Montgomery County Schools, because you stepped up and did what was right for students, no matter what anybody else thought. And I appreciate that.
Thank you. Very kind.
Goonan, the biggest thank you for me you could ever have, biggest hugs. 4 years ago when I first started on the board, I was as nervous as all get out, didn't know anything from anything, but you quickly came to me and let me know that you would hold my hand and see me through, and you've done exactly that. I couldn't be the board member I am today if it wasn't for you and everything that you've done for me personally and as a board member. You've also come to be a great friend. You've been a wonderful colleague. I appreciate your respectfulness for the community, for our staff, for our students, but most of all for our other board members. You graceful, too many adjectives to describe, kind,
kind.
passionate for your work, passionate for your community, passionate for your school, your children, our kids. I'm going to miss you, but you left us all with good things that we need to know that we need to strive for and strive to be. And again, thank you for always putting students first, and I appreciate that more than you know. Thank
And
you.
I'll be around. I'll be watching, you know.
So, Goonan, I can echo many of the things that have already been said. We may not have always agreed and not being able to see the same viewpoint, but there's always been a respect as to,
Absolutely.
okay, not on this one, but we are still board members, and that is something that I have valued throughout the years, not only with you, but with other board members. You made this your full-time job.
Absolutely. I
And-
don't know what I'm going to do now.
Exactly.
Very good.
And as Jamie said, have not seen another board member make this a full-time job. Not only at this board table, but in the community, trying to be where you needed to be, to hear different points of views, to get more information, to be able to broaden yourself as a board member and as a person. And I really appreciate that more than you know,
Thank you.
because not everybody shows up to hear what's going on everywhere. And you can be everywhere, right? You look
I
up,
tried.
there's Goonan.
Thank you.
There's Goonan, right? Or someone said, yeah, well, Goonan was there, right? And that is the absolute truth. So I appreciate your dedication to
It
Montgomery
means a
County
lot.
Schools.
Thank you, Penny.
I'll jump in real quick and add to what everybody else has said, which I fully agree with, but it's an honor to call you a colleague and a friend.
Thank you.
Gun, and I've really enjoyed serving on the board with you. I think you've been a great leader, no matter what your actual role was. I mean, there were times that you were obviously chair and other times when you were not, but you always, I think, led in your actions and in the way that you did things, which I think led to a lot of respect for you in the community. I appreciate your steady hand and your level head and everything, and I just love the way that you're always open to having public discussion and discourse, which is such an important part of our democracy, even at this local level. So I would just encourage you and admonish you not to just watch, but to be as active as you can. At the very minimum, come speak to us from time to time. I always get tickled when Joey comes and speaks at public comment. So now we can add you to the
am
list.
definitely planning on. I'm calling this like a mini sabbatical, so I'll be back.
I guess I'll go last here. I'm the newest member of the board. We've only really known each other, gosh, right when I started campaigning we met, and then you were the first person to reach out and really help me and guide me. It was, it was an interesting start since
Unfortunately.
2 months later, COVID decided to rear its ugly head, but I appreciate the time, and I appreciate your passion for this position, and having been in it for a couple of years, I don't know how you do it, Goonan. I don't know how you put so much time and into this role, because it is a tough job, and but you always have a good upbeat spirit and a positive person, and you're somebody who looks at both sides, of everything, and that I truly respect. So, best of luck. Enjoy your family.
I will.
Enjoy traveling.
Yes, COVID permitting, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, then I will, make few remarks. I was gonna keep it to the board reports time, not to keep the audience, but I will cut it short. It has been honor and privilege to, working with you in the past 8 days. I definitely enjoy my time on the board. Maybe not so much last year with the pandemic, but that's pandemic to blame. Nobody else. I took it seriously. Like you all realize, I did make it a full-time job. I was able to make it a full-time job, which I'm thankful for that too, because somebody else is working full-time in another job that I can do this freely. So I appreciate my husband giving the opportunity so I can do what I like to be doing. I'll be missing you, and I don't know what I will do with myself yet, but make sure keep it in public education, equity. I mean, you'll be still seeing me all over the places, maybe not at the board meetings, or I could be in the audience and sign up for public comment. And I'm, really wishing you all the best. I know the challenges will continue. I wish my best for Linwood too, and he can reach out anytime he needs my help. Definitely, I'm planning on staying involved. And of course, I'm grateful to my voters of my District 8. They trusted me for 2 terms, 8 years, so I appreciate that trust. And I think I definitely try my best and consider all students and try to do always the best for all students at all times as much as possible. I guess one advice for you guys, as much as your time permits, continue the professional development. One thing I learned from my extreme involvement is it is nice to have a great perspective when you talk to other school board members. So VSBA events are really nice to attend, not just to learn subject matter, but talk to other boards and see where we are, to get great ideas, share those great ideas, and appreciate MCPS. I always came back and said, wow, we're doing this, this, and that, and they really don't know that yet. Like, we have 132 divisions, and I truly believe, very proud, and I will always be proud, MCPS is one of the best, and I think we have to appreciate that. And, wishing everybody a great Christmas holiday season, and be safe and stay healthy. That's what it matters nowadays the most, I think. And thank you for everybody. It's really, and I didn't cry, so that's good.
Thank you, Ms. Karan. Ms. Drake, I believe you have an update for us before we start public hearing and public address.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Anyone who's been watching the scoreboard tonight has noticed that it's not responding. The scoreboard isn't moving along with the meeting the way that it normally does. Anyone working in technology knows that Amazon Web Services is down today. And our board doc system runs off of Amazon Web Services. The minutes and the meeting notes, what I work on my machine, those are working just fine. So I am able to keep track of your meeting in an appropriate manner. Board docs did confirm that the scoreboard, what you see on that public side of the screen, is what is most affected, and that will affect our public address timer. So what we're going to do tonight is use Google Slides. Ms. Woods has already brought it up on the screen. And that will be sort of our timer this evening. So green will be at the beginning. We'll be keeping the time manually. Ms. Woods and I will keep the time manually on our side. There will be yellow when 30 seconds are left, and then red when time is up. We'll, again, advance the slides appropriately. I thank you, the board, and the speakers for your patience as we've worked pretty quickly to try and develop a solution that would work for you tonight. So public address will be just a little bit different.
Thank you. So tonight we're holding a public hearing on the 2021-2022 Health and Safety Plan. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Drake will have a timer on the screen. Ms. Drake, can you confirm that we have no speakers signed up for the public hearing?
That's correct, Ms. Graham.
The public hearing is now closed. Public address is next on our agenda. We have a number of speakers signed up tonight. I want to quickly go over board policy related to public address. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. After 30 total minutes, the board has the option to vote to extend public address for an additional 30 minutes. After 1 hour, public address will continue at the end of the meeting, after closed session and prior to the close of the meeting. I will call up several names in order and ask that you begin to line up to get ready to speak so that we can hear as many speakers as possible. Please keep applause limited, as that takes away time from the speakers. When you approach the microphone, please make sure you state your name, the area of the county you live in, and please ensure that you keep your mask on. The first speakers we have are Jason, hold on, I had it up. Jason Stanger and Juliana Rosso. Go ahead.
Come to the microphone.
Are you Juliana? Okay. I don't see Jason, so please approach the microphone. Thank you.
Do I just start, just say, yeah?
Yeah, so you just state your name and the area of the county you're from, like Reiner or Eastern Montgomery, and then the timer will start and you can speak.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Close to the mic, too, so we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. That's a little better.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little closer maybe.
I don't want to kick it again.
That's good.
We can turn it.
There's good.
Hello, my name is Juliana Rosso, and I am a junior at Christiansburg High School. Pride, the emotional response to something connecting to oneself in dignity, self-esteem, and delight. Rainbow and other pride flags are flags that display pride for one's identity. An identity that has to be fought for daily and is still illegal in 71 countries, while in 11, it can be punished by the death penalty. At this time, only 19 of our 50 states in the United States have laws protecting all LGBT people from discrimination. 25% of LGBT youth that come out to their parents get kicked from their home, while 68% of LGBT youth's parents respond in a negative way. Our school is made to be a safe place for those who need one. When identifying a location as a safe place, people look for signs, something that shows this area as a safe place for them. In this case, our safe place's identification is displays of pride. When you take away our process of identifying where we are safe, you take away our safety. School should be a place where everyone can come to learn in peace. However, LGBT rights are not widely accepted across the globe, country, state, or in our school. People in our community, in many cases, are forced to interact with those who share in those beliefs, especially in a school setting. We get called derogatory terms, slurs, and threatened and hurt physically, based on something we cannot control and something you, the school board, says they're protecting. Taking away identification for safe places leaves us continuously harassed with no one we feel safe with. Guidance counselors no longer feel like a safe or trusted personnel any longer, considering the lack of confidentiality with the new transgender policies. Pride is not political and should not be treated as such. The pride flag is not a political symbol. The pride flag is a flag of colors representing red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sun, green for nature, blue for art, and purple for harmony. This flag shows comfort and acceptance for our community. It shows our past and current struggles while celebrating our identity. Our identity that is still something I'm standing here fighting for, something that gets hundreds of people killed for, still something hidden for our own safety, and something that is still not equal. I propose allowing public displays of acceptance towards the LGBT community, as well as repealing the new transgender policy section Article 1 under student privacy and confidentiality in return for the old policies. Pride is not political, and everyone deserves to be their authentic selves while still feeling safe. Thank you. Please consider these words.
Thank you. Just so we don't go there again, please keep the applause limited, as this takes time away from speakers. The next person is Mars Mickelson, and then Nicholas Rensberger. Okay, go ahead, Nicholas. I don't see Mars stepping up, so go right ahead, please.
All right, hi, my name is Nico Rensberger, and I'm a senior at Christiansburg High School. And I'd like to ask you, how do you determine what is political? If displaying a pride flag is it political for an LGBTQ teacher to display a photo of them and their same-sex partner? Is it political for religious teachers to wear a cross? Would it be political for a teacher to display their pronouns on a pin? Are teachers of color inherently political? Is any teacher or person's existence political? No, of course not. Identity is not political. It is simply what makes us unique individuals. MCPS policy 5-3.4 states, political posters, announcements, and flyers shall not be displayed on school bulletin boards or distributed through mail or messenger facilities. During the October school board meeting, it is consistently referred to as social or political displays. However, nowhere in the actual policy is the word social mentioned. Pride is absolutely a social issue, but it is not political, and it has not been in many years. If you say that the pride flag is political, what else could be considered political? Teachers should be free to express themselves, their identity, and their support for marginalized groups. Politics, by definition, are matters relating to government. Displays of pride are not tied to any piece of legislation, politician, or political party. Rather, they are tied to a rich history of queer culture. As a board, you claim one of your core values to be cultural diversity. Between this most recent change in the interpretation of the policy for teacher displays and aspects of the policy surrounding transgender students, this is not promoting diversity. As an LGBTQ student, I feel as though this board as a whole does not care about my experiences or the experiences of my peers. Another of your core values is open communication. Is censoring a teacher's display of pride really upholding this value? For that matter, is requiring guidance counselors to out transgender students to their family upholding the value of open communication? Students are hesitant to come out to teachers or counselors for fear of this exact thing. It is impossible to trust someone or feel comfortable when being honest about your identity could throw your home life into chaos. The solutions to these issues are simple. First, allow teachers to display pride flags as they have been doing so for years without issue. Second, amend the privacy policy surrounding transgender students so that students and counselors may work together to determine the best course of action for each student and their individual situation. Thank you to the board members who continue to bring up these issues. When I spoke at the meeting in August, I said this policy was a first step in a larger discussion. Progress cannot be made in one piece of writing, nor will it be made by doing the bare minimum or shying away from difficult conversations. Progress will be made when you as a school board and we as a community commit to an ongoing fight for equality and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Sparks, and then Jade Patton. Neither? Okay. Then Kaiser Cruz and Elizabeth Rowland.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Rowland, and I am a junior at Christiansburg High School. I am a student at CHS and a member of the LGBTQ+ community. In a time as complicated as one's teenage years, a support system is necessary. Sadly, many LGBTQ+ teens are left without one because of an unaccepting household. The current transgender policy in MCPS forces school counselors to inform the parents of a student who expresses a desire for a different name and/or pronouns to be used within the school. In many cases, the parents of transgender kids are unaccepting of their child's gender identity, which can result in those children being kicked out of their homes. Many of my peers have explained to me that their parents are unaccepting of those within the LGBTQ+ community, and they express a genuine fear of being kicked out of their homes if they were to be outed to their parents. In an article from Lesley University, it is stated that 1.6 million youth are homeless each year, and up to 40% of them identify as LGBT, whereas it is only estimated that 7% of American youth identify as LGBT. There is a staggering disproportion of homelessness among these populations. The fear of homelessness is omnipresent in LGBTQ+ youth, and school counselors need to be able to lessen that fear, not build on it. If the goal is to protect students, the current transgender policy must be revised. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Polania, and then Sadie Ronan. Neither? Okay. Okay,
Coming.
thank
Yeah.
you. And then after Sadie is Katrina Horst. If you want to be ready, that would be great.
The word faggot has always been discriminatory, don't you think?
Excuse me, please state your name.
My name is Elizabeth Polania. I am 14 years old, and I am a student at Christiansburg High School.
Thank you. I
Thanks.
just wanted to hear your name.
The word faggot has always been discriminatory, don't you think? I mean, it's fine because we need to put in our place since loving who we love is a sin. Being who you know you are inside is a sin, right? Am I not a person who has feelings, but one who is seen only because of who they are? We are all about mental health, but when it comes to the mentality of LGBTQIA students, no one will hesitate to find out them to their families, not knowing what their life is like at home and how dangerous it could be for them. Are we not human as well? Do we scare you because of who we love? Do we anger you when a student shows their pride by bringing a flag to school and is called multiple slurs, told they're going to hell, and told that they should end their lives because they are not normal? Is that okay to you? But when a student with the Confederate flag and they are told the meaning of the flag, we are overreacting and it's their heritage since they can't control it. Do you not see the hypocrisy in these two statements? Or do you agree? Why should I, as an LGBTQIA student, die because of who I love? I should die because I am not normal in the eyes of God, though nowhere in the Bible is the word homosexuality is in there. And isn't it weird how many translations there are is in the Bible? You don't consider it because to you it's always correct. How many students kill themselves because they aren't seen as a person, but as a thing who is not worthy of their life because of who they are? Every 45 seconds, an LGBTQ youth between the ages of 13 to 24 died by ending their life. Isn't that the opposite of our objective? But it's okay because a child has died because of who they are. Do you not realize how traumatizing that is for a parent? Your baby has died because of the horrendous harassment that they have endured for being human. I should keep enduring and pushing down my pride, wishing I was straight, wishing I was in the norm to please people who could care less if I died. I shall never tell you who I love and who I am as a person of the possibility of getting hate crime for it. My life is not seen as a value until I am normal, until I fill your standards, who I should be as a human being, a fitting member of society, and obsess over the thought of fitting your standards, destroying my mental health to fit in, because I am not human, but someone's punching back to fill with their own insecurities, someone who shouldn't be alive. But if I'm not supposed to be made this way, is it my fault or God the devil's? Who should I blame other than myself for my mistakes? Am I not a person who should be loved and cherished as much as anyone else? Am I a tool to be seen as more hip? Am I going to be okay to be seen as cool? I just want to be seen as human. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next is Sadie Ronan, and then Katrina Horst. Sadie? No Sadie? Katrina Horst? No? Emily Loda.
Someone's coming up.
I have not seen anybody come down when I
Some,
called
someone's
their
coming
names.
down, I think.
No, they're right here.
No. Because I've called a couple of them twice.
I just didn't want to jump in.
I appreciate that.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Emily Loda, and I reside in Blacksburg. I'm here tonight as a parent of children in the MCPS Gifted Program, the 2021-22 chair of the Gifted Advisory Committee, and a teacher of gifted students. I ask that you consider reinstating 2 gifted resource teacher positions when creating your budget for the 2022-23 school year. The GAC and Gifted Department are in strong agreement that the budget cuts in 2012, which cut 2 gifted resource teachers, have continued to deeply impact the delivery of gifted services in Montgomery County Public Schools. Under the current model, services across MCPS are not equitable. GRTs are being shared among schools in ways that do not align with the populations of gifted students within those schools. Some students are receiving nearly 5 hours of services weekly, while others are receiving only 2 at best. The gifted plan, if fully executed, calls for 6 hours of service each week. GRTs are also expected to collaborate with classroom and cluster teachers to provide differentiation. Job requirements such as these are often pushed down the priority list due to limited amounts of time and resources for co-planning and co-teaching. It is easy to ignore the needs of gifted students. They are typically high-achieving students who do not struggle to pass state and benchmark testing. This does not mean they do not provide classroom challenges of their own. Classroom teachers already have so many demands on their plates. They need the support of the GRTs to provide the accelerated and differentiated curriculum needed to engage our most advanced students. In your next budget, please consider reinstating the 2 GRT positions that were cut nearly a decade ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers are Eloise Zerniak and then Claire Dudley.
Someone coming.
Either of those?
Both coming, or one of them coming this way.
Okay. Thank you. I can't see them behind.
I think both of them coming.
Okay. So I have Eloise first. Okay, go right ahead. Your
Hi.
name, and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Eloise Triniak, and I am in the 6th grade. I go to Blacksburg Middle School.
Can you come up a little bit closer to the mic?
Bend it down to your mouth a little bit so we can hear you.
There you go.
Good.
Hi, my name is Eloise Triniak, and I'm in the 6th grade. I go to Blacksburg Middle School. When I lived in Indiana, people were bullied for being a part of the LGBTQ plus community. If you even just supported the LGBTQ plus community, you were bullied and harassed. So when I moved here, it was completely different. There were pride flags in classrooms and a pride flag club. I instantly felt like I was in a safe place. So the idea that teachers wouldn't be able to show students that their classroom is a safe place scares me. It scares me because if I had moved here any later, I would have felt like I had to hide who I am from my teachers and peers. I feel like this school wants students to embrace who they are, but if a student doesn't feel safe embracing who they are, how could they?
Thank you. And then after Claire Dudley is Donald Upham, and then Glenn Chilcote.
Hello, my name is Claire Dudley, and I'm 12 years old, and I have an issue to voice. In summer of 5th grade, I figured out my sexuality. Coming out to my friends was a bit hard, but my family is a completely different story. My dad's side of the family, minus my step-family, is very homophobic. They made many cruel remarks, and it took a toll on my mental health. When I started going to BMS, I finally felt like I fit in. We had a pride club, and the teachers supported us with pride flags. Then the school board, decided that our pride flags were a political opinion. They were just basic human rights, like the Black Lives Matter movement. But for those of you who still don't get it, picture this. You put up a political flag. It's up for a few days, and without a problem. And your neighbor comes, and they say, hey, I don't like that pride flag. I don't like said flag. Take it down. Imagine how that would make you feel. Now apply that to us. Please, let us put our flags back up. Thank you.
After Donald Upham is Glenn Chilcote, and then Walker Grant.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm Donald Upham, a resident of Reiner and an MCPS substitute teacher. My standing to comment this evening and in numerous emails I've sent to the superintendent and board members is based on 55 years of experience and training as follows. In addition to a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Arts and 4 years of graduate study, which included a Master of Science in Education, I received training as a nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare defense training officer at the Army School, Chemical School, while a naval aviator and commercial fixed-wing pilot and helicopter pilot. I was certified as a paramedic in Los Angeles County Fire Department for 8 years during the beginning of the HIV epidemic and in the late 70s and early 80s. For 30 additional years, I've been certified as an EMT. As a captain in the LA County Fire Department, I was tasked to form and head the Los Angeles County Administrating Agency, identifying businesses that handled, processed, or produced any of 100 EPA-listed acutely toxic materials. My agency assisted risk analysis for spill release, and then the documentation of risk management and prevention programs, which my agency then reviewed and certified. As a battalion chief in the LA County Fire Department, I was assigned as a fire and life safety regulatory consultant and inspector of the Metro Red Line subway construction under downtown Hollywood and north to Universal Studios. I've also had 10 years' experience as a certified legal videographer, documenting depositions and expert witness testimony for use in courts. I have not seen or heard publicly available documentation in the past month that the board is still desiring to mandate vaccination with this experimental gene therapy. But to do so would be a violation of informed consent elements specified in federal and state codes. If a mandate carries a threat of loss of job or loss of financial benefits in an attempt to coerce or force compliance, it would be in violation of federal and state codes. The petition presented to the Virginia Department of Health to require experimental gene therapy shots for all school employees and students received a take no action decision on December 3rd. After of the 15,308 public comments, 14,301 comments were against requiring this mandate. Consider also the liability to be incurred if one school employee or child is permanently disabled or died as a result of the actions of this board to mandate experimental drugs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Graham and members of the board. My name is Glenn Chilcote. I live in Blacksburg, and I'm the music teacher at KIPS, the BHS drumline instructor, the division Swedish translator, and the president of the Montgomery County Education Association. I'm here today to speak with you about the positive relationship between our association and the MCPS administration. I'm specifically speaking about Dr. Meyer, Ms. Whitaker, Mr. Pauly, Dr. Wickham, Mr. Knott, and Mr. Krantz. As president of the MCEA, I meet regularly with Dr. Meyer and his team to address concerns that are affecting our members. One might think that these meetings are filled with tension, but in reality, they are calm, courteous, and productive. Tonight, I want to take a moment to just list a few of the items our members would like to thank you, Dr. Meyer, Ms. Whitaker, and their team for doing. Firstly, our members greatly appreciate the work days that Dr. Meyer proposed and you approved. Having additional work days to tackle time-consuming work that takes away from teaching and planning engaging lessons is greatly appreciated. Secondly, our members are very grateful to Dr. Meyer for listening to teachers and helping make lesson plans more manageable. I'm hopeful we will continue to make lesson planning a practice that serves teachers instead of adding additional stress in the future. Thirdly, and I think I can speak for all employees when I say that we appreciate the more casual dress code. Having the ability to dress more comfortably, especially while wearing a mask, is greatly appreciated. Thank you to Dr. Meyer for doing this. Lastly, I would like to thank everyone for helping create open lines of communication. The live Q&As, office hours, and links to provide feedback are a great start in making employees feel heard. Communication, collaboration, and compromise are the 3 C's that I adhere to as president of the MCEA. I'm very grateful we have an administration who chooses to do these things with us, and I look forward to doing more meaningful collaboration in the future. When the people who know the names of students have a meaningful seat at the table, great things can happen. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Walker Grant, and then after that, Kylie Sindelar.
Hello, my name is Walker Grant. I live at Montgomery County, and I go to Blacksburg Middle School. I'm friends with many people in the LGBTQIA+ community, and am a part of it myself. At the beginning of this year, I walked into my English teacher's classroom and saw a pride flag. This was the first time I had ever saw a pride flag in a classroom, and it affected me deeply. Never before had I seen something this personal in a teacher's classroom. It told me that this classroom was a safe place, somewhere I could be myself. Now when I walk into my English teacher's classroom, I see no rainbow. I know this place is safe, but new students do not. Having something as personal and simple as a pride flag up in a classroom makes students feel welcomed and accepted for who they are. I know other students feel this way as well. We all want to see ourselves represented, even if it's just by a flag. The civil rights statement I read in the student handbook on the first day of school says, Montgomery County Public Schools does not discriminate in its programs and activities for reasons of race, religion, color, gender, national origin, disability, age, or any other basis prohibited by law. How is my sexuality different than any of the reasons I just stated? Why have you made who I love worth less than race and gender? To you, something as harmless as a brightly colored flag hanging in a classroom brings a feeling of safety to me and the people that are in my community. Please let teachers hang these flags in their classrooms again. They include, not exclude. They show that MCPS is a place without discrimination. Pride flags are flags of love, not hate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kylie Sindelar, and then after that, Bob Beard.
Hello, my name is Kylie Sindelar, and I am a freshman at Blacksburg High School. And I am part of a LGBTQ+ Youth Alliance at BHS, and ours is, of course, one of the schools affected by the October 5th school board decision to ban specific political symbols from the classroom. This includes pride flags, safe space stickers, and other LGBTQ+ support symbols. Our alliance agrees that this resolution was unnecessary and short-sighted. We believe that placing supportive symbols regarding pride and the LGBTQ+ community in classrooms is not a political statement. Queer allyship, especially for queer youth, must have a place in schools. We are asking the school board to change this decision. As teenage queer individuals, we know the importance of inclusion. We deserve to feel safe and heard in learning environments. As queer youth, a group directly affected by this ruling, we are determined to reverse it in our fight for visibility. I would now like to share several statements from other queer students involved in this alliance. From Anonymous. If you do not want to promote political causes, why say the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag every morning? If you want to remove stickers that show a safe space for a group of kids that have a very high chance for bullying and suicide, is that really a positive thing? You have just made many students feel oppressed, feel like they are not being represented. If you are so proud of the diversity of the community, why make us hide who we are, who teachers are? Can you not see the hypocrisy in your statements? You say to remove flags and objects perceived as political, yet the American flag, the multitude of flags in the hallways of middle and high schools, have not been taken down. Because what you are saying is, we say that we care, but we don't show it. In parental perspective, that is not what a trustworthy person looks like. That is what a liar is, what a faker is, what a backstabbing person says. You value diversity, yet where is the proof of value? From Faye. I think it's unfair that people want pride out of schools. I think pride, aka LGBTQ+, should stay in school, and people of LGBTQ+ should feel safe. If not, then school is not the best. And finally from Chip Baker. Honestly, you can't just pull up and ban safe space stickers. 3 years ago, a teacher was fired for simply talking about their own mental health. Teachers should be allowed to express their views and talk about issues, provided no one is being discriminated against, especially at BHS and other high schools, where some teachers, some students are actually adults. Teachers should be allowed to show worry for issues just as well as students are. We hope you take our comments into consideration and revisit your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bob Beard, and then Sean Gaynor. Do we have either of those?
Glory to God for this opportunity today. Sean Gaynor, Reiner. Principal Bob Miller called my hometown, offered me a job, and asked when I could report. I said tomorrow, and he asked where I'd stay. I didn't know, and he offered, your son and you will stay with us until you find a place. Bacon, eggs, toast, and OJ every morning, and a bag lunch on my way out the door. Why did I find a place so quickly as 6 weeks? A single parent, new teacher, and coach, I found myself and my son at games, many practices after school, and long bus rides. After a game, a player noticed I wasn't eating, gathered Subway stamps from others, and bought my dinner. Then started a tradition that carried us through his Auburn High graduation. Twice a year, I went to their house, fixed breakfast, and woke him up to eat. Curtis Sink, son of Sinkland Farms. Bob Miller was right. What a wonderful place. Not so wonderful places are countries like Austria and Germany, who've already imposed lockdowns for the unvaccinated and have even built facilities for the unvaccinated. Pedagogy 101, the most vaccinated state as of November 15th in the U.S., Vermont. The state with the greatest increase in COVID cases as of November 15th, Vermont. This state with 75% of the COVID deaths being those who were vaccinated, Vermont. And now we push the vaccines on our children in spite of countless reports of heart problems. I've even heard of personal friends, their spouses, and former students. They have recently included tromethamine to stabilize the vaccine, a medication with harmful side effects. They've replaced the saline buffer in the vaccine with a medication called tromethamine. This is a medication given to people after they suffer a heart attack. It's a blood acid producer. It has a lot of potentially serious side effects. Fact checkers reply, tromethamine isn't a medication to treat heart attack, rather it's used to regulate acidity in bodily fluids in case of metabolic acidosis, which can result from various conditions, including bypass cardiac surgery and cardiac arrest. Note, the fact check actually verified the original claim, but with a lot of fluff and jargon as to make it confusing to the reader. Metabolic acidosis, what this medication is prescribed for, can in fact diminish cardiac contractility, according to biomedcentral.com. It can lead to rapid breathing and death, according to medlineplus.gov. Check for yourself. It is in fact injected into the ventricle of patients during cardiac arrest, rxlist.com. Fact checkers simply dance around these claims. Last I spoke, I urged you to listen to the speech given by President Putin, which basically said, count us out. He made a direct reference to the Bolshevik Party, who in the early 1900s attempted to wipe out mass numbers of people to gain control and power. Estimates have them right around 1 million people, the Great Purge, aka the Great Terror. Montgomery County is a special place. Let us keep it that way. Let's stand against these things they continue to push, and let us not remain silent. For we may fear losing a paycheck right now, only to find ourselves facing the reality that it wasn't a paycheck we should have been worried about. Famous quote regarding a ruling family and tax avoidance nonetheless exemplifies the character.
Thank you, Mr. Gaynor. Your time is up. Thank you. At this time, public address is closed. The next item on our agenda is consent items. If there is nothing to be pulled from the consent agenda, then we will consider the consent items approved. Is there any discussion regarding consent agenda?
I'm sorry, Ms. Grant, was that everybody that was signed up on it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Wanted to make sure. Okay.
I wouldn't have said it if there were more people on the list. We would have had our 30-minute discussion and voted to either continue or not. All right, our next item on the agenda is payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Our next item on the agenda is part of our business meeting, the grant proposal for ESSER 3. The Virginia Department of Education has a grant program for ESSER 3.
Chair Grimm, is there any chance we could take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely.
Only because we've been going since 5:30 and
Yeah. Is the board okay with that?
No, because 5 minutes is not a reality.
10 minutes. Sorry.
10 minutes.
More.
I didn't want to.
Okay.
I didn't
10
want to
minutes.
overshoot my.
Yeah. 10 minutes it is.
10 minutes.
That way we.
10-minute
I
break.
appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
That's all.
For this competitive grant program. MCPS has submitted applications for 2 summer programs and 2 before and after school programs. Does anyone have any questions for Jonathan about the grant submission? None? Does anyone wish to make a motion related to the grant submission?
I'll move that we approve the grant proposal.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Our next item is supplemental appropriation for additional revenues received. These revenues are associated with grants and ESSER funding. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Krantz related to the supplemental appropriation? Does anyone want to make a motion regarding the supplemental appropriation?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Tonight, each school board committee will present an update regarding their scope of work for the year. Ms. Whitaker will start us off with an overview of the school board advisory committees.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
No. Can you make sure she's listening?
I didn't want to get in trouble for touching it too early. All right. Is that better? Okay.
I still can't hear very well. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ah,
Thank you.
wonderful. So today I'm going to be just giving a little bit of a reminder of the update in terms of how we are working with our advisory committees. So as a reminder to you, our policy 2-3.1 states that the school board, upon recommendation of the division superintendent, shall from time to time appoint such advisory committees of stakeholders as it deems necessary or as may be required by law, and shall provide such committees with specific instructions regarding their authority, the areas or problems they are to consider, and to whom they are to submit their reports or deliberations. So we've been working, as you remember, over, I don't know, the last year and a half on advisory committees, making sure that our representation is from all of our communities, and that our committee members are reflective of the racial and demographic makeup of our community. And so we've been working on that. Then we ask the advisory committees to bring forward to us their scope of work. And so that's the new process we'll do each year. That committee will bring to you the work that they are looking to consider for that year. And then at the end of the year, they're going to come back and give you a final update. And so this is the first time that we've done that process. So the school board committees that report, or advisory committees that report directly to you, are going to provide you with an update today. And we definitely want to thank our community members who are coming forward to speak today and share their updates with you. So first is SEAC, our Special Education Advisory Committee. And our chairperson is Ms. Catherine Childers. And our MCPS Office of Primary Responsibility is Dr. Tony Walker.
Hi, Madam Chairman and the school board. I'm Catherine Childers, and you all know Dr. Walker.
Catherine, can you pull the mic down a little bit to you?
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we had our first ever retreat over the summer and identified things that we thought we needed to go on and plan to work through for the year. And first of all, one of the big things is we need to increase the awareness of the SEAC, because we're finding that most parents have not heard of us. And so that was our first item that we wanted to work on. And in addition to the parents, we also wanted to have some community awareness of the SEAC. And also, the last thing is for us to work on mitigating issues that affect students with disabilities.
Good evening. I'll read the other areas of concern that the SEAC had. The SEAC's been working very hard this year. We've increased membership, of course, as we mentioned during our last few meetings. And the teams come together quite well, and they're very focused. And so last night we did have a great meeting. We also added a steering committee last evening. And the steering committee's job is to really work hard and to take all the advice and all of the ideas and really focus that towards our goals and also towards the alignment of our strategic plan. And then we take that and move that forward to our large committee, which mainly will look at policies and voting on that and making sure that they move that forward. So other areas of concern that the SEAC wanted to address were increasing structural aids training days at the beginning of the school year. They're very invested with the instructional assistants that work with students with disabilities because they feel that they're frontline workers, and so they're looking for equity in reference to their salary, which also they're very appreciative of the increase, I did mention that, to the SEAC, and so they're very appreciative of the recent increase that the board did approve for the instructional assistants, moving from 12 to 15, and so that was very appreciative as well. Also looking to increase the students with disabilities awareness when parents come to IEP meetings for the very first time, they're looking to provide more information to parents. So they're looking to provide, at the very first IEP meeting, to provide information in reference of a letter or a flyer, and then after that, follow up 6 months later, because usually sometimes parents will come just one time, and then that's all they hear about any additional updates in reference to new regulations coming down or new information about what SEAC is doing. So they're looking to push more information out to parents, and that way it will increase parents' participation with the SEAC. And the last thing that the SEAC wanted to do was to look at providing more training or professional development for the building administrators, because they feel that one of the concerns that the SEAC had was the building administrators not having enough information or knowledge about student IEPs and about their IEP programs in the building. So they're looking to collaborate with the school division in reference to bring more information and to highlight that for the school buildings. And so these are the areas that the scope of work for the SEAC for this coming school year. I will say again that the group that we have is they're very involved. They're a very committed group. And so it's about 13 or 14 strong. And so again, I'm very focused. And so over my years, I've seen a lot of SEAC groups. And this is one of the ones that's been the most vocal and the strongest and the most committed. And so I would say our chairman is doing it quite well. This is our first time out. So she's doing a really good job. And so we'll continue to work forward and provide for the students within the school division.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions?
Well, I'll just say, throughout my years, I have said our aides need to have absolutely more understanding, more development, and give them that time. So,
anybody else?
I guess real quick. So you've got these three kind of main goals, and then you've got some other areas of concern. Looking toward the future, looking at the strategic plan, I'm assuming the three goals you're hoping to hit they're reachable, I guess, this year. And what about the other three things? Is that something are those like reach goals, or is this just additional? Is this something for us to think about for the future to support you or anything like that? Can you?
Well, certainly we do think that the goals we set forth are reachable this year. The one that would definitely be in your hands is the one about adding the training days for the aides.
Okay.
And that came up because we do have some complicated children in the county, and you know, first day of school, you can't have a brand new aide show up who hasn't been trained on the child. So that was sort of where we were getting at for that. But that would not be within our power. We wanted to bring that to the board's attention as a recommendation based on teacher and parent feedback that we've received.
Is that a budget issue?
Not
or
yeah.
Or a calendar issue? I mean,
It's a calendar issue, and the good thing this year, by us going to hours, we're proposing going to hours instead of days, that the aides contracts are 181 days, and we're looking at 170, how many days next year? 173. So now we've got, if we pass this calendar, we'll have 8 days that we will have to work with aides during the school year and be able to create a schedule for that. So that's another advantage of going to the hours as opposed to the days. And then, of course, doing that, traditionally, aides have been there when kids were there. Well, that's not enough because we need to train the aides, right? And so by going to this calendar, it's going to really help us, with the training of our instructional aides, which is really needed. So that is definitely a positive of using hours instead of days.
So can I ask a question? So now it seems we're going to have those extra days to do the training for folks at the beginning of the year. And hopefully some of the things that we've done will eliminate the turnover. But where do we put time in for folks coming in the middle of the year or after school's begun to make sure they get the training that they need?
Yeah, we'll plan that, as we're developing the calendar, because they're going to be 8 days during, if the calendar passes, that's being looked at by the committee, there'll be 8 days during the school year. So if someone comes in at a certain part of the year, you all use the next day that's free of students to do some introductory types of trainings and that type of thing. So I think we can do that. Don't you, Dr. Walker?
Yeah, absolutely. That can be done. We can schedule that with no problem. So we'll use that extra time. And the aides really do want to do a good job. And when you do a good job, you really want to have the skills necessary to do it. So if you have that investment, then they're willing to stay because they do have difficult positions working with difficult students who have, challenging behaviors. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next committee is our Gifted Advisory Committee, and our chairperson is Emily Loda, and the MCPS Office of Primary Responsibility is Ms. Diane Neff.
Hi. So we had 2 areas to consider for this next school year. So part of it is according to the Virginia regulations governing educational services for gifted students. That's really long. But according to the state and MCPS gifted advisory bylaws, we are responsible for reviewing anything updated in the local plan for the gifted. And so they are, correct me if I'm wrong, Diane, you guys are doing revisions on that right now. So we would review anything that they change. And the main focus of our work for this school year is on Part 8, Policies and Procedures for Access to Programs and Advanced Courses. And that's basically making sure that things are equitable across the division, that across each community, that the students have access to advanced courses and options, regardless of which community in which they live. And we, in part, selected that because the gifted department themselves are also focusing on reviewing the plan to make sure that there's equitable access to programs of study. So, questions?
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Okay, our next committee is our School Health Advisory Committee. Mr. Garrettson is both the chairperson of this committee and the Office of Primary Responsibility.
Thank you, ma'am. And I do chair this committee, not essentially because I don't want to share any of that with anybody. It's more a matter of the 2 committees I'll share tonight are code-driven. So School Health Advisory Committee, I do chair that team. As we look to plan our work for this year, we certainly want to examine those health-related needs related to the COVID pandemic. That also means we'll also work very closely with one of your superintendent's advisory committees, the mental health team, to discuss various things we're seeing in relation to the pandemic and how we need to respond to those from a health standpoint. We also have an important job this year to consider revisions to the division's wellness policy based upon a new template that was provided this past summer by VDOE. We had a couple things going on. The committee worked very, very hard during the month of June to finish the triennial assessment of the wellness policy, which actually ended up covering 4 years because it had been delayed a year due to the pandemic. That report was due to be published at the end of June. Team spent a lot of time working on that report at that time. It's still posted on the website. But at that time, we also began to review some of the information from VDOE. Again, their new model is not necessarily required, but the team absolutely saw some real improvements there. So we would be hopeful to do some work on that in the second semester and hopefully bring that to the board for consideration for implementation next year as policy revisions. The other piece, kind of a general theme always, is to discuss those opportunities as to how we would connect families to various health-related services, such as medical care, vaccines, and dental services. We do have a lot of representatives from community health organizations and agencies, and one of our responsibilities there is to talk about what needs we can identify in our school community, and then how we might partner up with those various organizations in the school setting or in individual situations with families to meet those needs of our students first, and even on a greater scale, the family as well. That's a quick overview of the work we plan to do with the School Health Advisory Committee this year. Happy to take any questions about that team.
In that health-related services, mental is included also?
Mental health is included, yes, ma'am, but we do have some overlap with the Mental Health Advisory Board, which is a little bit different in that team reports directly to the superintendent. I'm on both those teams, so I get to serve as kind of a good liaison there to make sure they're kind of working in harmony. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much.
I get to stay.
He gets
You're
to
welcome.
stay.
I
I'll
get to
introduce,
stay.
there you go. I'll introduce Mr. Garrettson as the chairperson and Office of Primary Responsibility of the School Safety Audit Team.
Yes, ma'am. I also chair the School Safety Audit Team. Again, it's code-driven. This one is highly code-driven, and so you'll kind of see that reflected in the scope of our work from year to year. The code requirement is that we always need to complete those requirements of the VDOE and DCJS to meet the requirements of the school safety audit. School safety audit is multiple components spread out across a year, and a big part of this team the work of this team is to make sure that those are being completed on time and with fidelity so that we meet the criteria for the state. We actually just finished the last audit when the school board reviewed and certified the crisis plans for this school year. The next component beginning this year's work is coming up in February when we begin to complete the school climate surveys this year in our high schools specifically. So our team does a lot of that work to meet the code requirements. But of course, probably maybe the more important piece to our team is just that collaboration with local law enforcement on issues of school safety. Our last meeting was just, I believe, November 17th. And we always are blessed to have all three of our law enforcement partners there, both the police departments and the sheriff's office represented. It's a chance to sit down and just discuss all those general things. We certainly have a punch list of work we need to do, like scheduling lockdown drills and those sort of things. But it's also really just a good opportunity to continue to foster those relationships, maintain those relationships, and talk about some other programs that may be available to us. We're actually in a discussion right now about a program through DCJS called Handle with Care. It's kind of a formalized program in which if a responding agency goes out to a household and there's obviously a person there of school age, that there is a kind of a uniform system to just report back to the school to be able to say, not a lot of details, not all the not all the pertinent stuff, but to just say, this student might be dealing with something today, and just to be able to put people kind of on alert, just to pay attention, not to go out of our way to bombard them with questions, But if we see something different or see something unique, just to be able to say, we know that kiddo is dealing with something at home, and to be able to respond in a positive way. And again, that's a DCJS program. All three of our partners were on board immediately. We do a lot of that similar work anyway. We just feel like this is a great way to formalize it. And I think it's also important to be able to get some credit for participating in these structured programs, to say, yes, we know that program and we're involved. So that's kind of an overview of what we're doing with School Safety Audit Team, and I'll try to answer any questions.
Okay.
Thank
great,
you.
Thank you.
All right, we won't make him stay up for this one. Next, we'll have our CTE Advisory Committee. Our chairperson is Dr. David Raymond. He is actually traveling back from being out of town and did not make it back in time this evening. And so Mr. Husband, our director of CTE, will provide the update.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. That is correct. Dr. Raymond was hoping to be here, but was not able to get back in town on time. The CTE Advisory Committee will be involved in the development, implementation, and evaluation of CTE programs and local needs assessments as outlined by the Career and Technical Education Local Plan and Budget Application provided by the Virginia Department of Education. We also will provide descriptions of CTE services in the schedules as required by the MCPS Perkins Local Plan and Budget Application. And if it sounds like that is VDOE language, it's because it primarily is. The CTE Advisory Committee is primarily driven by that Perkins Plan, which of course makes up the majority of the CTE budget every year. Any questions for CTE?
Okay.
Thank you.
Was that all, Annie?
That is, I apologize. Yes, that's the last of our advisory committee updates for today.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all your work you're doing. Much appreciated. The membership of the Gifted Advisory Committee is presented for our approval tonight. The membership list was not available to us in June when we approved the other committee memberships. Does anyone wish to make a motion related to the GAC membership for this year?
I move to approve.
Second?
Any discussion?
Okay, so I don't see anything that helps me understand the diversity and demographics. Well, sorry, demographics there. But as far as race or nationality of members.
If you scroll down, yeah, if you keep scrolling down, it's under number 7.
Okay, just didn't go far enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Our next item on the agenda is the Christiansburg High School construction update. Mr. Krantz is here to provide us with an update on the CHS construction process.
Good evening. Right now, we continue to work with Crabtree, our architect, on, oh, sorry. First time I've been told I talk too softly. But we continue to work with Crabtree to identify, finalize the design, and then develop the budget, which we need to fit inside the dollars that the county will give us. We work with the county on the timing and the amount of their bond issue. They're committed to a bond issue. They're still trying to determine the exact amount of the bond issue that they will pull. It will be a 2-part bond issue, a part for the school system and a portion for the county. So it's going to be both components at one time. We've submitted to VDOE on the use of the ESSER funds, the $10 million. There's a 6-step approval process. 5 of the 6 steps have been approved. We're awaiting the very final step. The individual who approves it was on vacation, came back on the 29th. We've begun making phone calls to see if we can find a way to reach out to this individual and see if there's any problems. We believe that if there was a problem with our application, we would have received a phone call asking us questions today, but I still don't have the actual approval yet. Once we obtain approval tonight, we would like to move forward with a construction manager at risk process. We believe that the construction manager at risk process allows us to bring a construction firm, similar to what we did with the PPA. So we had an architectural firm, we had us, and we had the construction firm. And it allows us to working together to ensure that we have a solid guaranteed maximum price on what the project's gonna be. And that's what we did with CES, CPS, and BES. I think Ms. Penny would say, she took a tour today, and where we come as we begin this month, we've done our additions. We have begun moving in at CPS, CES, and we will begin moving into BES at the end of the month. That I think she would say we're doing what we said we were gonna do. What we were gonna deliver with that project, we're gonna do. We
And it's
still have
amazing.
I'm sorry.
No, it's amazing, yeah.
And that gives you an indication of what we will do with CHS and deliver the same thing. We believe that the construction manager at risk process gives us the best options in delivering that service. The different methods on how we can do our construction, we can do a design, bid, build. That's your traditional method of approach. The issue with design, bid, build is as follows. You design it, you put it on the street, and you don't know what you're gonna get. So if the budget is 95 million, let's just use that number, and the bids come back at 105, the only way we can move forward is we take the bids, we re-engineer it, which could mean more architectural costs, because we have to redo all of our drawings. We then go back out on the street, and what have we done? We've delayed it. Then who knows if our number's gonna be right then? And this can go on and on and on until you have a bid that's equal to or less than what your budgeted amount is. Then you begin the build process. Remember, it's very critical in this project on that $10 million, those funds have to be spent, final reimbursement submitted, so spent by September 30th, final reimbursement submitted by November 15th of 2024, and there is no extension. Not gonna happen. So if we wanna use those, we have to get going. We need to be turning dirt this summer. That's our goal. And it's getting tight, but that is our goal to make it. The other method is the construction manager at risk, and we'll talk about that, but that's gonna be our recommended approach. And then they have an integrated project delivery method, which is kind of a hybrid between the design, bid, build, and the construction manager at risk. We believe the construction manager risk benefits are as follows. We can select the CMAR based off of the firm's qualifications in a negotiation, not on somebody's low bid. The basic process goes in RFQ, then an RFP, and then a negotiation on a contract. We believe that the CMAR process will significantly reduce the time to complete this project. We believe that the CMAR will deliver this project for the cost of the actual work. They'll price it out the cost of the actual work, and whatever they receive will not be higher than their guaranteed maximum price. With this caveat, the CMAR firm will go out for bids, and they will do just like we would have done to ensure they get the best price possible, making certain also the firm's going to deliver the goods and services that they say they will. But the other thing that the CMAR will do is, as long as we've done a good job with our design, as long as we've identified all the issues with the construction process, any cost overruns are on the CMAR side. If there is something that's not inside those documents, okay, then we will have to pay for that. So the guaranteed price is based off of the scope of the services that we're requesting them to do, okay? And that's nothing unusual. That's what we would all do at our house, things that we would encounter. Our recommendation is to proceed with the CMAR process. That's gonna go to give us a guaranteed maximum price. We'll use the ESSER funds of $10 million, as we discussed. CHS Athletics we've already spent $8 million there, and we have a tremendous athletic complex between both baseball, softball, track, and football. The process will lower our costs And the total project cost, including the CHS athletics, is $103 million. The actual project cost to go forward will be 95 of the 103 million. 85 million of that will come in from bond steps. So next steps, with your approval tonight, we'll issue the RFQ. From there, the RFQs will come in, it'll go through an evaluation process. We can negotiate with all the firms that submit. We're not limited to just one. In order to select one, they have to be head and shoulders above everybody else. So that's generally fairly difficult to select one on the first pass. It'll be multiples. We can then negotiate with those firms. And let me just say, as we were doing the PPA, the contract negotiations were long. We're very particular on what terms and conditions we want. And I imagine we'll have the same thing during the CMAR process. And then we will come back to y'all for approval of that CMAR once we have the contract ready to go. And that gives you a reference to the applicable code section that governs the CMAR process. This is a process that Virginia Tech believes in. They use it very extensively. It's a process that Alexandria City Public Schools uses very extensively. And our documents are modeled off of the Alexander City Public School System.
Tommy, is a downside on that? I mean, it sounds like it makes sense for our situation to use this, so I support that, but just as an aside,
You're going to see some.
Is the downside that you might
The downside is that if you go out for bid, you may have gotten a lower price.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But generally, this particular project would be difficult to have that happen.
Well, and with risking $10 million, you'd have to have a pretty good shot at beating the price by that much, which is probably not going to happen.
I mean, our big challenge on this particular project is the longer we wait,
yeah,
the market, everything that's going on in the market, and we're starting to see, back to pre-COVID and COVID, we're starting to see things take place. An example, I'm trying to pour the floor inside the gym on the bus garage. Concrete, we can't get.
yeah.
We're struggling to get concrete.
Wow.
So we're seeing things, for example, that we saw earlier in the pandemic. We can't get food inside of our school cafeterias. We're struggling just to get simple, basic commodities. Things that we saw early in the process, we're seeing again. So I'm very concerned. That's why it's another part of not just the guaranteed maximum price, but getting this project up and running and going is our approach for CMAR, and we believe that's the best course possible for us.
Does anybody have any objections to Tommy and administration moving forward with the CMAR?
I think there's a motion that should be made.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I don't think it requires a vote.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
It does? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. So do I have a motion regarding the CMAR?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion further?
I attended in May 22nd, 2020, VSBA session on this, and back then, actually, I forwarded both of you wondering if we can use this or not. So happy to see that we are doing it. It sounded, very little I know, sounded great then. Obviously, it's great now, so I'm happy.
Madam Chair, may I ask you all to delay the vote on this till later in the meeting so I can talk to Mr. Kranz in the back?
Yeah.
But just about a procedural issue.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
We can do that. So we'll move this.
I'm just putting in the motion in this second, and then just a hot second.
Sure.
You'll see it come up on the screen as unapproved. No, that's just because we're going to come back to it.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
All right. Then, Dr. Meyer, I'll move to you for
Sure.
staff support updates.
Yes, ma'am. As you know, we've been working to get feedback from our staff on how we can adjust to better support them during the school year. Ms. Whitaker will provide an overview of the process and what items we've implemented already to help do this for our staff. So, Ms. Whitaker?
Absolutely. So we'd like to provide, thank you so much. An overview. The following prompt or email was sent to our employees and provided them an opportunity to respond and open-ended feedback for us. And so that read, the pandemic has caused an increase in workload due to academic progress related to students' discipline issues and helping students navigate education during a pandemic. We want to know what we can do to help, how we can improve processes, how we can improve in our support to you, and how we can collaborate to alleviate some of the workload for the school year. While we may not be able to make tasks go away completely, we want to see what suggestions you will have that will make your work more manageable. We'll take these items to our advisory committees, to regional meetings, legislative meetings, to figure out a way to make it better. We also then provided them with a list of those things that are mandated by law. I think that was very eye-opening for a lot of our employees to see that a lot of the things that we are required to do are because they are written into the Code of Virginia and we're required to do those. And so we were able to help educate in that way as well and got feedback on that. So we collected all of the responses and worked together to look at what were things that could be immediately actionable, things that we felt like we could really address very quickly. And so the first, and some of these you heard about this evening already, was to improve the workload related to the Benchmark series. So as a reminder, Benchmark is our new elementary reading program, which ensures we're using science-based reading approach. And so English language arts lesson plannings will be provided through collaborative work with instructional coaches and delivered in 2-week increments to school staff. This means that those teachers who prefer to use those can use those just the way that they are, or they can use them as a starting place to create their own plans, but it provides them a tool and resource that they don't have to start from scratch. And so for this, those plans for standards are related to reading, writing, phonics, and word study. And so because English language arts consists of multiple things, so we're talking about reading, writing, oral language, hearing, all of those pieces of communication, our teachers were spending a disproportionate amount of time. So if you think within an elementary class, you may have students reading on 4 or 5 different levels, and they all have unique needs to get them to where they need to be reading. And so we had teachers who were writing 24 and 30 lesson plans for their English language arts class, and we wanted to help to alleviate that. So providing these lesson plans for our teachers will reduce the amount of time our ELA teachers are planning so that they can ensure that the key content is covered using Benchmark and they can focus on teaching the students. Again, they can take those and either just use them as they are or they don't have to go by the ones we're providing. It's provided as a resource for them. Some prefer to continue to do their own, while others are, have a preference to use these. In secondary, we clarified the need for formal intervention plans. What we found from the feedback was that we needed to clarify when you had to write a formal intervention plan. Again, those are required by law, but not in all of the cases in which schools may have felt that they had to do them. And so we were able to provide more clarification to our teachers and our administrators, what was required in terms of a formal intervention plan, and when sometimes it was just providing that extra assistance and a plan was not needed. It was a normal opportunity to provide support to students and they didn't need a formal intervention plan. And so clarifying that need with them alleviates unnecessary paperwork for our teachers, and it provides them more time to focus on lesson planning and other professional tasks. 6 additional teacher workdays, as you know, were added, 3 in the first semester and 3 for the second semester. These days provide teachers with additional time to plan and collaborate. We've made a commitment to protect these days for planning. We have communicated that there were to be no meetings or PD. If PD is offered, no meetings or PD, so teachers can work on what they feel is most appropriate. However, we already had some, those were early release days in the spring. And so there were some departments that did have professional development planned. And we've let them know they may continue to offer it on those days, but they must also offer it at another time so that that teacher can choose, do I want to attend on the teacher workday or do I want to attend that at another time? So we designated time for meetings versus professional development. So the first example of this is for our January 4th and 5th teacher work and professional development days. Ms. Settle worked with administrators who had professional development that needed to be provided. We looked at our strategic plan in terms of what we committed to as a school division for this year. And so what we did is we provided a schedule for teachers where one day is for PD, and 1 day is for teacher self-directed work. So for example, I believe January 4th is the secondary PD day and the elementary work day. So that means for secondary teachers in the morning would be division-led PD, and then in the afternoon would be for the principal in that building to hold faculty meetings or whatever they felt was most appropriate. And then on the work day, it's for the teacher to do whatever they choose. We ask that no meetings be held on that day unless they were legally required, such as an IEP meeting that had a timeline that had to be met. We ask for nothing else to be held on those days. And so the PD to be held on the work days in the second semester, as I shared, they have to offer it at least twice so that teachers can pick from when they would like to attend those. And that's a plan that will continue to move forward. For next year, teachers will be able to know in advance what is required and really be able to plan instead of things just, they feel sometimes things are popped up on them at the last minute, and we want to make sure that they know in advance what is expected. We reduced the number of informal evaluations. So the number of informal evaluations was reduced from 4 to 1 per year for returning teachers and from 4 to 2 per year for new teachers. So again, these are the informals. And the decrease in informal evaluation, while it may sound that it's just something for administrators, taking those off of the plate provides more support for teachers by creating additional time for them to be able to address behavior concerns, communicate with parents, and respond to the daily needs in their building. Many of the things that they need to do cannot be done after hours, such as student discipline or meetings. And so them not having to be in that classroom helps them to support the needs of teachers and students in the building. Casual dress, all MCPS staff may wear jeans through the end of the year. We got a lot of celebrations for this one. It does provide consistency in staff dress requirements between the buildings. And many staff members associate jeans with comfort and feel it's a special privilege, which increases the morale for those employees. Extended winter break for our 12-month employees. That was added as a holiday. So previously, those 12-month employees were required to take 4+ days of leave to receive the full break. We also have made a commitment to limit email correspondence, and so we are going to be asking all of our staff not to send email. I think I've shared before, when you get an email, you feel like you need to respond to it. And so we are going to say, unless there's a fire or an emergency, you don't need to send an email because someone feels like they need to read it and open it. And so that will truly allow individuals to have a break from their work and not feel that they have to be checking it. It also provides a benefit to our newer employees who have not accrued days, enough days maybe to take what they would like for that break. And so it limits them having to take all of those days and use up all of their vacation time. We continue daily to increase the substitute pool. Our HR team has been working nonstop around the clock throughout all summer, all fall. So we have increased the substitute pool from 222 at the start of the school year to 368 substitutes. Having more substitutes on staff reduces the need for teachers to cover each other's classes during an absence. And while teachers are compensated if they cover a class, additional substitutes decreases the need for them to use their planning time and allows them to have that time to plan for instruction. We increased our RIHIP length, so we increased the eligibility of individuals so that they can participate from retirement until they are at the age of 65. So increasing this allows more retired teachers to participate in the program, and it provides additional supports to staff who need to be absent. Our teachers enjoy having retired teachers in their classroom. When they need to be out, they feel much more comfortable. If you've taught, it's easier to come to work than it is to write a lesson plan sometimes. And so having a teacher in the classroom with experience does certainly make our teachers feel more confident if they have to be out. Increase the teacher compensation coverage pay for those who do have to cover for subs. So that was increased from $15 to $20 per hour and provides that additional compensation for teachers who volunteer. And it acknowledges that that teacher is giving up their planning time in order to help a colleague. We've hired additional staffing, as you know, through the use of ESSER funds. While we had sought the school feedback prior to this survey, The positions that we chose, as you know, were based upon the feedback we received and the decisions that were made at the school level. So we were able to put these additional positions into our schools. This supports the needs of each school, as we were allowed it to be based upon what those schools need, and distributes the workload by more employees and provides additional supports for our students. So our next steps is we're not done. You know, as I said, we tried to look very quickly to see what were the most easily accomplishable tasks that we felt that we could have action on immediately to make some changes. And so we will continue to evaluate and focus on how we can support our schools and the other recommendations that may be there that might take a little longer range planning, but are things that we will continue to consider as we move forward.
So thanks, Annie. And Annie is correct. You know, we just sent this out about 6 weeks ago, maybe. And this is a lot that's been done in just a 6-week period to try to help. But we're not done. We're continuing to look at the feedback, and we'll be bringing more changes and recommendations for changes in the coming meetings. Things we can do that can definitely help our staff, not just this year, but continue as we move forward into next year too. So,
Awesome.
what questions do you have?
Can I
Thank
just-
you.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment.
Go ahead, please.
I just want to say thank you for doing this, and thank you for allowing the teachers to make comments and listening and trying to put together some good, clear responses to their concerns. I hope we continue to do that, because I think there's, continues to be a lot of challenges out there. So, but I appreciate the effort that's been put in to do that. I know it's been a tough year and a half, and we haven't all agreed on everything, but it's good to see that at least some changes are happening, and so anyway, thank you.
Well, yeah, you're welcome. You know, it's been so successful that I think it's probably just a practice we should do. You know, either yearly or bi-yearly, and because the way it was sent out and the way that we received it, it was very easy to work with. Of course, Brenda and Morgan, the ones who disaggregated that data and put it together, so it was easy for me to see the results of it. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's something we definitely need to continue to do, is always get that feedback, because I mean, they're great ideas out there, things that we're like, okay, wasn't that hard to do, you know, if we just listen. So, yeah.
Well, I think it was good for people to understand that there are limitations to what can be done. I don't think everyone, I know when I was a teacher, I didn't know that what was out, what you were able to do or not able to do. So it's good education also.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, questions, anything?
No, I have to agree with Sue. I think it's great. You know, I've been saying we need to get more direct feedback from the folks in the building, and this has been wonderful. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't think saying you can wear jeans, and there were some folks who were like, really, you know, right? But for other folks, it was like, yes, okay. And as I was in buildings today, and that was one of the things that all of a sudden I started noticing. Oh, the jeans, okay. Yeah, so yeah, people are really enjoying it evidently because they're wearing them.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Krantz and Mr. King, are we ready to return back to the CMAR discussion?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you for your patience. Board members, I think you all know that under the Virginia Public Procurement Act, closed sealed bidding is the default mechanism by which you procure just about everything, and then there are exceptions to that. Design, build, and construction management are an alternative to that, as Mr. Kranz artfully described to you. There are statutory requirements that have to be met. He and I had not spoken. I apologize for that. So I was confirming with him that you all have in place all of the things that you need to have in place to make sure that gets done. There are 3 requirements. You have to have procedures in place that are consistent with the state secretary's procedures. Put an asterisk next to that. I'll come back to it. You have to have an architect already under employment to advise you on this, that you have. And third, there has to be a written statement in the request for proposals that it's not practicably possible or fiscally advantageous to use traditional design, bid, build. That's what he described to you in all of your slides. that statement will need to go in the RFP. The one technical thing that's missing is that the procedures that Mr. Kranz and the administration and the architects have been following are in the proper form, I believe. I need to take a look at them, but they have to be adopted by you all before you enter the contract. So what Mr. Kranz and I were proposing to do is for him to go ahead and put the written statement in the RFP, RFQ, put the request for qualifications out on the street while we finalize those, bring them back to you in January. You can adopt those in January. They are the procedures that are consistent with the state procedures, and then we'll just dot that I and everybody will be good.
So we can go ahead and vote on the CMAR process?
Yes.
Okay. So we already have a motion and a second on the table, and I think we've already gone through discussion, I believe.
So I just have one question now. So waiting to January to approve this, will it slow things down in any way? Or is that just what the process is going to be anyway?
We'll do the write-up of, that I've discussed. That'll go in the RFQ. The RFQ will go on the street, and then before you would sign a contract on CMAR, the other steps that Brad's describing, but we'll have those done for the January 4th meeting.
The architect has already been following those procedures as I understand it.
That's, yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Kranz, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No.
So it's not gonna
Ms. Kranz advises me that the architect has been following the procedures I'm telling you about. The technicality is that you all have to bless and put your name on them, sign them. It says by ordinance or resolution. So we need to bring those back so that you all can authorize the administration to proceed. It doesn't say when that has to be done, except that it needs to be before you enter the contract.
But it's not slowing
But it
anything
won't slow
down.
anything
No,
down.
no, sir. It does not
Okay.
slow anything down.
Okay.
That's what we
Okay.
want to know. I want to know that too.
We
All
got
right.
a special
Any
meeting.
further questions?
Yeah.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
All right, next I'm going to let Mr. Krantz go over this budget discussion. We've been doing this for the last couple of months. I wish we had good news, but we have bad news on some things. We're starting in the hole this coming school year on the budget unless the General Assembly does something to help us out drastically. So you go right ahead and
Thank you,
share
sir.
the news.
Share
Sorry
that
to-
bad news.
Yeah. We got it right at the top, I believe.
Yeah. So as we develop, and y'all have seen this, this list, the first thing that's going to take place is the ADM. The ADM, we've seen a drop in that ADM. In the FY22 budget, the state gave us what was called a no hold harmless, and that was $1.8 million. We knew that there was a chance in FY23 those funds would go away. And to date, we've not heard anything that says those funds will be given to us again, even though many school districts, including ours, have seen a drop in our student counts. Our student drop right now is 309 students. So there is a drop. And remember, a significant part of what we get paid is based off of our student count.
So the hold harmless is very important to be carried over into this year. So I know my Superintendent's Association, that's one of their priorities. VSBA, I think that's one of theirs. Is that correct? Do you know, Gunnar?
Board of Ed just get their report out December 7, I think.
Uh-huh.
And on that report, they present to General Assembly as to hold harmless. Whether
Yeah.
they will do it or not, of course, I can't say. But
So that's a very important
everybody's
piece.
trying to push it. But
Yes, that's huge. And then the next one is the one I was talking about. Go ahead, Tommy.
The next one is the local composite index, which remember determines what your community is able to pay in addition to what the state pays. Our local composite index was 0.39. It has increased to 0.42. That means the state believes that Montgomery County should put up an additional 1.8 million, that they don't need to put up the 1.8 million, that should be put up by the county. Now, there is nothing in statute, as you have in certain states, that says whatever you got the prior year from your appropriating body, you have to get the same amount as a minimum. There's nothing in Virginia statute for that. So this would be something that the county would have to decide if they wanted to fund or not fund. But right now, the local composite index, we will see a decrease in our budgeted funds from the state. So those two are there. So basically, we start the 23 budget, $3.6 million in the hole.
So the 1.8, you know, and again, I'll reiterate, the local composite index, it uses a formula that is based on the county's wealth.
Right.
And so what they're saying is the wealth of Montgomery County is going up to a degree where the county should be giving us 1.8 million more right out the gate because of the wealth. And I would assume a lot of it has to do with too the real estate.
Yes, sir.
This past year went up tremendously in this area, and I think that probably increased that as well. So the local government should be receiving increased revenue from that increase in value of real estate too. And so, but for them, so technically for the county to fund us the same as they funded us last year, right off the bat, they would need to give us $1.8 million more money just to give us what they were giving us last year. So anything less would be very harmful.
So
Tommy, is that an assessment of what the county has, either in their coffers or?
no, sir, it doesn't have
Or
anything.
is it more of a reflection of what the state thinks the county could
It's
come up
based on the
with?
assessed values that are out there.
Okay.
So that gives you your market value of your real estate, as well as then on the sales generated basically through your retail sales and all. That says, here's your personal property, here's what your person can do, and then here's the real estate component. And as Dr. Meyer said, the key here is our real estate values have gone up substantially, and that's where the place is coming from primarily, is that Montgomery County has generated greater wealth, so therefore that Montgomery County should put forth more dollars on education and less dollars on the burden on the state.
And Mr. Bach, I challenge you to take a look at that formula. You'd have a good time with it.
Oh, yes.
Figuring it out. It's an interesting
It's a
Well,
doozy.
computation.
Regardless of what I may think of the formula, I know what the meaning of the formula is.
Yes, right.
The meaning of the formula is a conversation that we're going to need to keep having with our Board of Supervisors.
Absolutely.
Now, as y'all saw.
Quickly.
And we've already, and I've already contacted Mr. Meadows on this, and they know of this.
And I've talked to Ms. King.
Right, so we're working on our end with the county administrators.
So on your first two bullets here, the second one is spoken for. We're definitely out of the gate minus 1.8 million. That first one says possible reduction. That's still a question. Is that correct?
Well, you won't know until you see with the state, between the House, the Senate, and the governor.
We won't know until what, February,
That's the
March?
whole time.
I think
Right.
this year, we probably won't know until March or April.
March.
Yeah.
I think it'll be that late.
Yeah.
January 12th, they start.
And then, I'll give you a prime example, the announcement of the salary increase. So when the state does a salary increase, it's based off of SOQ positions, not off of what the district has. So the SOQ positions are only about 40% of the total positions we have in this district.
Right.
Number two, the amount of the cost, the salary component as well as all the benefits are done off of an average by the state. Our actual costs are significantly higher on both salary and benefits. So what we get from the state's not close. It doesn't cover for an individual their full costs, let alone anybody else.
Plus, they normally require us to match it.
Well, and then you're gonna get into the match. And that's gonna be a challenge, as Dr. Meyer said, or I may have had, you and I may have said this. It will be a challenge for Montgomery County to match.
Something else that is being lobbied for and has been lobbied for a few years now is back in, I believe it was 2008 or 2009, due to the recession, they passed at the state level a support cap amount of funding for support staff. And I know the Superintendent Association is pushing strong to release that cap. Basically, they say, with this cap, you only need a certain amount of instructional aides, you only need a certain amount of administrators, administrative assistants, bus drivers, and that kind of thing. And after that, we don't fund you anymore. And with because of that cap. We're asking that they lift that cap as well. That will help us tremendously because it's just like SOQ funding for teachers. These support staff caps, we can't run a school division on what they say that we can run a school division on. It just is impossible.
Nobody
Right,
can.
no one can. So it's the state's way of holding pay back from us. It creates inequities around the state too, by far, from division to division. And they basically put it on the backs of the locality in doing that. So, go ahead.
So, and then you go down the list. So this third item says those positions that have been brought in using CARES-related funds, which were all legal and proper, dotted every I, did everything on the learning loss and everything else. But we wanted to start building those, so when we got to the end of the 3 years, there was dollars inside the budget to fund those positions. We did the increase of raising our rates to $15 an hour to carry that forward to $75,000. If we look at a 3% pay increase for all staff, as we've done in the past, so it's not the 5% proposed, but we had 3% there, that's $2.9 million.
Can I just make a comment here? I was going to add in something, just a comment that I received from a teacher, and the question they actually asked, and I know the answer to it, but I wanted to bring it up just because I said I would. The question was why, when we did the stipends last year, or
2 years ago.
the
Bonuses.
the salary adjustment.
Right.
What is
The
it?
bonuses?
The
The bonus.
$17.50 that we provided to every
Yeah.
teacher.
Yeah.
I call it a stipend. I forgot what term we
I
used.
think stipend's a
we
good
call
term.
it
We used
something.
stipend, okay.
Yeah. I'm
we did.
sorry. Yeah.
So the question was, weren't we supposed to get another stipend in the spring? And I don't remember us saying, definitely, we said we would discuss it, but, because we didn't do the full amount that Montgomery County did. Well, it appears that Montgomery County has found money for all of their employees, and they're going to get another $3,000 stipend this year.
So the reason why we didn't do the full is at the time that Montgomery County pulled the vote, Montgomery County, without any conversation with this administration of any kind, who's no longer there, their deputy administrator made the decision to withhold revenue as well as capital funds from the school system. Those funds were not released, so there therefore was no funds available to make a full stipend payment at that time.
Right, and I remember going to that meeting and
Yeah.
everything.
Right.
You were there.
I
Yeah.
remember speaking at that meeting.
Yep.
And
But
then the $3,000 that the county proposed, I was at the meeting. Again, there was
This year
no,
or last year?
this year, there
year.
was no communication with anybody in the administration. If we were to do it in the school system, that's $5.5 million.
I just wanted to make that, I mean,
And the reason we couldn't, I mean, it's a valid request, but if we're gonna go forward with CHS to fill the hole, then there's no dollars available to do it. And Ms. Cass, I mean, it was very well considered, analyzed, discussed. They're just, I mean, there's just not enough to do it all.
I understand. I didn't realize the county had approved. And then this person also mentioned that there were a couple other counties doing that, which is great if they've got the funds, but our county doesn't provide us with funds. As a matter of
Right.
fact, they want to have school vouchers and tax credits and take away money from the schools as opposed to provide it. So, without cooperation from the Board of Supervisors and from the county, it's very difficult for us to do that. And I just wanted to bring that up because the concern was expressed, and I just said I would address it. But I kind of, and I told them I knew what the answer was, but I just wanted to bring it forward that is something that people are wondering. How come the county employees get $3,000 and these? I think teachers consider themselves. We consider ourselves county employees.
Yeah, well, last year when I went to bat for our folks in front of the Board of Supervisors for that full $2,000 bonus, it was made very clear to me, directly to me, that our employees are ours and your employees are yours. And I tried to make the argument that we are not the funding source for ours. We need you to fund us. And so you know, you're still the funding source for our employees. And so that is, but it was real clear when it came up, because we were trying to give our employees $2,000 bonuses as well, and that's where we got to the $1,750.
Right, because they wouldn't even.
And we, hoping we could maybe get a $250 at the end, but we never could. And of course, so it's the thought is for that board, for the board of supervisors, their employees are theirs and ours is theirs, and we need to take care of ours the best we can, and they'll take care of theirs the best they can. But of course, the caveat there is they are the ones who give us the money, and so they control that. We do not have, as you know, in Virginia, any type of authority to raise money for our schools.
So I find it very frustrating when we get into these kinds of conversations, and our supervisors who have supported us, you know, when times have really been tough, but as of late don't understand all the concerns that they say they keep hearing about the school system. I'm just going to tell you, follow the money. And if you follow that money, it goes to the school system not being funded to have the staff and have the programs and have the things that we need to be able to help address some of those issues. And some of the issues that we have going on in our schools right now, that they want to offer vouchers and tax credits. Many of those issues can be addressed, if not resolved, if we get the funding that we need to have things and people in place to help us support our students and the families who are Montgomery County citizens that they are supposed to help represent.
Absolutely.
So our employees are their employees, just like you said, and this school system is their school system. They may not manage it, but they fund it, and what they don't fund directly impacts what happens within the schools.
Right. Our staff teaches and supports their children.
That's right.
And our economy, the whole county's economy.
Exactly. Yeah. People move here.
Yep.
And because now that I recruit I work in HR at Tech, and that's a big selling point is coming here to Blacksburg because of the school systems. People move here, and it's a selling point that the university has. And we got to keep. That's an important. Everyone should be thinking about that, even Virginia Tech, because it is a big selling point for our biggest employer.
Yeah. And it's just not as far as recruiting folks to come to Montgomery County, but it also has a social impact. If we are offering the highest quality education that we can offer to our students, then that means we help turn out more productive citizens, which means our county should have less impact with law enforcement and our judicial systems, which save money and help make us stronger. So it's not like we're in this in isolation. We're in this together, and folks better get that through their heads. If they don't start doing the right things, because it's becoming more and more challenging to run school systems and to provide what we need, then we're going to fail, not only as a county, but as a country.
Amen. I think the Commonwealth has to change the mindset to begin with. I think, we are on 40th out of 50 states in state per pupil funding, and 27th out of 50 when you include the local funding. So I think that mindset has to shift if we're going to be really, and the wealthiest state too. That's the other thing. 8th wealthiest state, but money is not coming to education.
Yeah. Tommy,
That's for
did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, ma'am, real quick.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress.
No, that's okay.
I did want to bring that up.
I also want our student school board reps to be part of the next agenda item,
Okay.
so
Yeah, I'll go quick.
thank you.
But a statistical bit, we were the 7th largest increase in the local composite index of all schools in the state of Virginia.
Wow.
Our increase was 5.91%. from a year ago. But if we think we have a bad, Richmond City is estimating they lost $30 million. So you can imagine what the legislatures are going to hear from Richmond City
Yeah,
Public Schools.
real quick on these, what's in highlighted green is what we think at this point will come to you in January as a budget, as a superintendent's budget proposal, okay? 3% average raise, we're putting that in. However, of course, the current Governor Northam, has put in a 10% raise for teachers. And of course,
biennial.
but his budget's not the one that will be moving forward.
And also for
Of course, that's also possibly, of course, what he's saying is 10% will bring us to the national average if we gave teachers a 10% raise. However, it's also a political ploy as well, knowing that that's not going to happen, and the administration coming in could not get to that 10%.
He didn't do it last year, did he?
No, exactly. Could have done it last year. Yeah, that would have been great. And so, and of course, so I if something better happens, then great. Of course, it's always that issue of matching what the state gives us. To even a 3% raise, it costs us additional $3 million. So, I mean, a 10% raise would cost us $10 million basically. And so, that would be nice, but I don't see that happening.
So a question about healthcare. Have we gotten any idea of what may be happening?
We're still analyzing the healthcare, so that one right now is not in. The sum of all the green is $9.1 million.
And that's without knowing about
That's
healthcare.
without anything on healthcare right now.
It's kind of early to know
and
that
how
anyway.
long.
It doesn't matter. We don't know it.
Oh, I
It's
know.
going to be more.
Correct. In all likelihood, that number is going to increase, not
Yeah.
decrease.
Right.
Okay. Are you good, Tommy? That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Our next item on the agenda is the revision to the program of studies. Mr. Polly is here to provide an update regarding the changes to the program of studies. Mr. Polly?
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to do that, but he's the
Oh,
master
no,
of it.
He's going to do it.
Huh?
Mr. Polly's going to
Yeah,
do
he's fine.
Yeah,
He knows what he's talking about.
I do. So there are very few changes for the 22-23 school year. You'll see that there are only 4 new courses being proposed for high school. And the other notes are really just things of interest, or that I thought perhaps would be things of interest to the board. We have revised graduation requirements, but it's a rather simple revision that was mandated by the state. It's regarding world languages counting as sequential electives. I could get into a bigger explanation if someone would like to hear it, but it basically means that world languages used to be able to count as sequential electives, then the state changed their mind about it, and then because people misunderstood it, they've given us a year or 2 reprieve, and they are allowing us to count it again, at least for the next couple of years. And then I think the next bullet is actually a rather exciting thing, and that's why I included it on the list. There's now a new DE course designation. It's not new courses, but it's a designation that all community colleges in Virginia have gotten together and worked with the 4-year colleges and universities and have designated certain courses to be passport transfer courses, which essentially means these courses will be accepted by 4-year colleges and universities for credit for the courses that they are, where the previous practice was often college students got to college and only to realize the DE courses they took, 4-year colleges and universities would count them, but would count them as just elective credit. So there had to be some minor revision to some course descriptions and some syllabi, but nothing in the names of the courses on our end.
Long overdue.
I'm sorry?
Long overdue.
Yes, it is it's actually legislatively mandated.
Good.
And they've been working on it a little bit behind the scenes. At least I didn't realize they were working on it. I missed that if they told me. Then there is a special circumstances form in the program of studies, which allows 9th graders and 10th graders to take dual enrollment courses. Dual enrollment is actually designed by the community colleges to be for, in our contract with them, says it's for juniors and seniors. However, with special circumstances, they will allow freshmen and sophomores. And the previous GPA requirement for that, which was agreed upon between us and New River, was 3.8. And we met, we being Mr. Husband, myself, I don't remember what other, counselors and principals and representatives from New River. We got together and we agreed to have that be 3.5 instead of 3.8. And there's actually really good reasoning behind that. It was not a random number that we selected, but that's a rather long explanation perhaps for another time if you're interested. And then we are finally moving. This is a big celebration. We are finally moving to performance-based assessments for social studies in lieu of traditional SOL tests. We are beginning, Mr. Dickinson is beginning to train social studies teachers, all social studies teachers in the high school level, to administer and score performance-based assessments so that we can get that off the ground in 22-23. It's something we've been waiting for a very long time, and the state has finally said that we can move forward with that. So that within those courses, we've notated that as well. Those would really be the only changes that you would see other than the 4 new courses. And I guess this is a first reading, and we are—
Actually not.
It's
We're going
not?
to make a motion to.
I was gonna
Okay.
say, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But then I'd like to understand then.
Yeah, hold on, we'll get that, the discussion part. Is that okay, Sue?
Yeah, sure.
Does anyone want to make a motion regarding these updates?
So move.
Is there a second? Okay, if you don't mind, Sue, in lieu of the time, could I go ahead and see if the student school board reps have any questions for Mr. Polly?
Sure.
And what do you guys think about the new added courses and the new other updates?
I personally don't have any questions, but I love adding DE courses. I think adding DE courses is a great opportunity, especially for seniors who have already completed most of their required high school classes. DE is a great thing because it just takes a lot of stress off of getting college courses completed. And I wanted to say I really liked the changing allowing DE courses for 9th and 10th graders because, I mean, if the 9th and 10th graders are ready for these DE classes, nothing should be holding them back from taking them. If they are prepared for this college level, if they've already completed stuff, they should have that opportunity to do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Naira?
Yeah, I agree with what Anne Ray said. I think adding DE courses and making them more accessible for younger students is good because there's always going to be students who are ready to take those courses, and it opens more opportunities for them in the future to take more advanced courses. And yeah, I think adding courses is always a good thing because it just opens more doors and opportunities for students.
Awesome. Thank you guys for that input. Go ahead, Sue. Thank you for letting me do that.
Well, it's interesting they said that because thank you for your opinion, but I would beg to differ that that's a good idea for 9th and 10th graders. And I just question why 9th graders would need to take a DE class. I think that what we're seeing in the universities now is students struggling when they go to take classes at university level because can you imagine taking DE class as a freshman and then you go to university, then you go to a university and now you're going to take a class that 3 years ago or you have to take the next level of a class that you took 3 years ago when you were 15 years old, and now you're 19 and you have to take the second level of that class?
Yeah, explain the types of DE classes.
Yes.
we're talking
So
about.
I'm
This
trying to
might- this might
understand
help you
what
understand.
kind of a DE
Yeah.
class
It's
are we
not-
talking about? And also the other question I had is why they lowered the overall GPA requirement. What was the
Okay.
reasoning for that?
So first, I'll address Ann Ray too, to say that we've always allowed 9th and 10th grade students to take DE courses. And we had a special circumstance form that had to be completed for each 9th and 10th grader that wanted to do it. And the criteria, it's many more criteria than just the GPA requirement, but the GPA requirement was 3.8 and was lowered to 3.5. Now, if I can answer that part first. So we realized that it is quite possible for a student, particularly in the 9th or 10th grade, to have all A's in their core content areas and perhaps a C in PE or like a C in a fine arts, like art or music. And it ends up knocking them down to a 3.5 because they have so few credits. The numerator and the denominator are such a low number that each course is worth more value, if you will. And so we figured out if a student got to the point where they got all A's but a C in one of those other courses other than the core, then their GPA would be a 3.5. Whereas 3.8 was, I wasn't around when that was decided initially, so I don't even know why it was 3.8, but the folks from New River agreed that 3.5, under the circumstances we described, was acceptable.
Yeah, also, ninth graders, rising ninth graders who are taking dual enrollment courses, the only GPA they have are the high school courses they took in middle school.
Right.
And so, which means basically they'd have to have had pretty much all A's because it could only maybe be 3 classes. And so, but go ahead and explain
that
the.
makes sense. The
course.
other
Yeah.
piece
I'll explain the other part, and then Mr. Husband just let me know that he'd like to say something. So pretty much the 10th graders that would take potentially a DE course would be in math only. And that's for our students who take Algebra 1 in 7th grade and Geometry in 8th grade, and then they're taking Algebra 2 Honors in 9th grade. The next logical course for them is DE Pre-Calc. And if they take DE Pre-Calc, some of these are a tongue twister. If they take DE Pre-Calc in 10th grade, then they can take DE AP Calc AB, DE Calc 1 AB in 12th grade, and DE AP Calc 2 BC in 12th grade. And the 9th graders, that is a very, very low number of students. It's probably like 4 to 6 per year. I've never actually seen it higher than 6 ever. That take math, take Algebra 1 in the 6th grade. And there are certain criteria for that I could not explain to you off the cuff.
I remember that from when
And
I was
then
in
those students would have completed Algebra 2 Honors in the 8th grade. They would walk up to the high school, and therefore they'd have to take DE Pre-Calc. And they could take Advanced Algebra Trig, but they would, and it is a pre-calculus course, but they prefer to take DE Pre-Calc. And if they meet those criteria, they are academically ready.
Okay, so so what you're telling me though is, you're saying that all DE classes are going to be open to 9th and 10th graders now?
If they meet that criteria, and it's been this way for years.
Okay, so I'm trying to, then this was just added on here, why was this added on here then?
Because we lowered the GPA requirement from 3.8 to 3.5.
So that's the only change?
That's the only
Yeah.
change. Yes,
Because,
ma'am.
well, okay. But it says revised allowing 9th and 10th graders to take DE courses.
I
So that
suppose
made
that should
me,
say
the way
two.
it was worded, it
Yes, I
made
see what you're saying.
made it sound as though that did not exist before, and now it exists. So that's why I'm asking. I'm not asking
You are correct.
because it's the way you wrote it is a little confusing.
It could have been worded better, yes, ma'am.
So
I understand it
9th
so
and
well
10th
myself.
graders were always allowed to take
Yes.
DE courses.
If they met the special circumstances criteria.
And what are those criteria?
Oh, boy. So
And what courses would those be?
in addition to the GPA requirement, which is the one that's mandatory, they have to have an A in English, their previous English course, and then an A in the course previous to the one that they're going to take. So if it's DE math, their previous math has to be an A.
Okay.
And then really the way it ends up calculating out for those students is they basically have to have an A in their other core classes as well to get that 3.5 minimum of 3.5, yes.
CTE.
Yes, Mark, you want to say
Yeah,
something else?
Mark's dying to say something.
Yeah.
Well, he's,
That's
he's,
Sorry, I
he's
fidget.
getting all jittery over
I
there.
know, right? I just wanted to give a couple examples and to leave a little bit of history. In my first year with MCPS, so 3 years ago, I worked with our coordinator for our school counselors at the time to work on this form and created the original form. It was based on a math form that previously existed. So we took the math criteria because we have long had students who were advanced in math, as Mr. Pauly went into details, and we took that to expand it because we were having students that were having to retake courses, especially within career and technical education. So part of the answer, Sue, to your question of why are 9th and 10th graders taking classes, our cybersecurity pathway is a really great example. It's a 3-course pathway. So if students want to start taking those courses as freshmen or sophomores, just in order to get through the full pathway before they graduate, we go ahead and dual enroll those. The curriculum is equivalent to New River Community College. And then also, they would otherwise be retaking the same curriculum. If they took a non-dual enrolled class as a 9th grader, they might get to be 11th grader and they'd have to retake that course to earn the dual enrollment credit. Thus, we created this exemption form. So as long as they meet the criteria on there, they take one course, get 2 credits for that one course.
I'm trying to follow that. in my
Awesome.
head.
Would it also be a fair assumption to say that allowing the 9th and 10th graders to take some of those courses also allow them to take career and technical education courses?
Yes.
Because I know Abby ran into that. She had to take classes at New River that she could have taken, but because she chose to take cosmetology.
Yes.
So if we don't allow things like that, then we're not allowing kids to be able to take CTE courses because there's just not enough time.
Sure.
So-
Correct?
And I can see it in certain circumstances, but here's my concern, and I have seen this as a teacher. Students aren't necessarily the ones being pushed to take DE courses. Often, sometimes there's parents who are pushing their kids to take DE courses, and the kids aren't really ready to take DE courses. So I'm just, when we're starting to push freshmen, when you have freshmen who are taking, and they're 14, 15 years old, I just have concerns. And also, as I said, on the university side, that's why some universities aren't even accepting DE course credits any longer. They're not accepting the credits because the students are taking them so long ago. And if you look into that, you'll see that there are universities now not accepting those credits. So the kids took these courses, and now they're going to have to take them again in college anyway because the colleges aren't accepting them.
Unless they're Virginia passport transfer courses, now they have to.
Yeah.
It's a legislative mandate.
But-
But
Right,
I was prepared to give a longer explanation, and it's not
Yeah.
that much longer, but I think maybe it's important to help you understand.
Well, if
that-
we're voting tonight, yes.
Yes, okay, that the
Well, we're only voting on the
change,
program of studies
revisions, and
revision.
that is one of them.
The
Yeah.
new,
Right.
Okay.
We are voting on it.
So the contract that we have with New River Community College, which my understanding is it's a common contract with any of the VCCS and Virginia Community College system schools around, it delineates very clearly that dual enrollment courses are designed for 11th and 12th graders. But then there's a however. It says, however, under special circumstances, students who meet certain eligibility requirement as established by the principal and the college will be allowed to take certain DE courses as freshmen and sophomores. So when I came on board, when I was principal of Auburn High School, I just never had any 9th or 10th graders that took them because I didn't really ever see the contract. But when I came on board here at the school board office, I discovered there was a school that had taken the step. It was great. The principal had contacted New River and said, hey, rather than negotiate this as something new every year, could we come to some agreement what this special circumstance criteria that you'd like to see? And they basically had their own agreement, as the contract said, between principal and the New River Community College. And so when I came aboard, I said, well, shouldn't we just, and Mark and I talked about it later, I'd like to see that happen at all 4 high schools for equity. So that's when Mark, and it was Melissa Hipple at the time, got together and did all the organizing of it to make this like a standard thing for all 4 high schools. And so that's how it became into existence, but it was a 3.8 GPA, and the change is make it a 3.5 GPA.
And there are other CTE courses too that are DE.
Oh, there's a
Yeah,
lot of them.
there are a lot of them.
yeah.
My own child, who's a 10th grader, is taking DE welding right now.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm sure it'll be an elective credit at some point, unless she decides to go into welding, but she will have a college credit in welding after this semester. So,
Any
So we
other
basically wanted to
questions?
make it more uniform across the division.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, guys. Thank you for staying long enough for that.
yeah, thank you.
Thought that might interest you and your
Yeah,
and
for
your
sure.
colleagues. All right, the next item on our agenda are the updates to policy 7-1.5. This is up for approval tonight. These revisions to this policy were brought to the board for information at our last meeting. Does anyone want to make a motion regarding the policy revisions?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wait. So you want to talk about this one?
Yes.
I'll talk about the other one.
So after the first reading and reviewing this, I've got a little bit of a problem with the way that this thing is worded, and after we're revisiting this because I think we kind of got bit with some of the specifics on it the last time. But my main concern is that we are that we could potentially have the wrong staff member explaining the policy to the student. And I also am a little bit concerned that we may unduly hamstring our counselors in policy. So I would like to, my intention, I'm not making the motion yet, my intention is to make a motion to amend this.
We already have a motion on the table to accept the policy as written.
So then can I make a motion to amend my motion?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, fine. In that case, I'm just going to go ahead and make the motion to amend my motion. And what I would like for it to, this is what I would like for it to read, and we can discuss this, but on the statement that says, begins once a staff member becomes aware, right? So currently what it says is, once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender identity that differs from official school records, they will notify the student of the process to seek accommodations, which include parent and school counselor notification, and ask if the student would like to proceed. So that puts the onus of this notification on any school staff member. So regardless of whether or not they have that skill. So what I would rather that it said is, something to the effect of, once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender identity that differs from official school records, they will refer the student to their school counselor instead. And then
That's what we had discussed. I thought that's what we were putting in anyway. I thought it was going to be that the that the counselor was the one who.
Yeah, so I think furthermore, I would probably also I'd like to see a change to say then the school counselor will speak to the student to notify them of the process to seek accommodations, which includes parent notification, comma, determine the level of support the student may need, comma, and determine if the student would like to proceed. Because those are the things that the counselor is going to talk to them about. I don't think we should spell out in our policy, the exact words that the counselor has to say or whatnot. So, and then from there, it just goes back to what it was before. Once the student confirms that they want to proceed, this counselor will set up and may facilitate a meeting with the student, parent, legal guardian, and the principal to discuss MCS policies, blah, blah, blah. So,
I believe this wording was suggested at the last board meeting. Mr. King, would you mind revisiting your thoughts on this suggested change? And read the mission and vision and, just kidding.
That would be easier.
It would be.
I guess I'm wrestling with Mr. Chewbacca with your comments because I read this as, be very careful here. I don't have a preference for what policy the board adopts. My concern has consistently been that if a child starts talking about these issues to a counselor, the way the state regulations are written, that constitutes private counseling. Individual, not private, individual counseling, which triggers a responsibility for consent by the parent. The way it's written now, it seems to me it does what Mr. Chewbacca wants. Once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender identity that differs from official school records, they, staff member, will notify the student of the process to seek accommodations, which, you could add the word process, includes parent and student counselor notification, and then ask the student if they would like to proceed. My concern is if we go immediately to counselor, then we're probably begging the concern that we're trying to avoid, including those that were expressed by the speakers tonight, that you might out me. And I mean, other than that, I don't have a preference.
Let me ask
I
this
guess
question.
yeah,
So
go ahead.
if the first person if the first person a student goes to is a counselor, then
What do they do?
Then that would be
And that's the same problem.
That's
Go
the
tell
same
somebody
problem.
else?
Correct.
So they should go to anyone but a counselor to, wow, okay, I didn't,
Well, I mean, so let me ask you this, Mr. King.
okay.
If the first thing the counselor does is notify the student of the process
And stops there.
and stops there,
There's probably no counseling that's been done that would trigger the individual liability, I'll use that word,
So,
risk.
wait, I didn't follow that. So you're saying,
I think if they engage in a substantive conversation about the child's preferences, I would make an argument that they have then engaged in individual counseling.
well, what
If all they have said is, I hear what you're saying, you're exploring this question, here's the process we follow, then I think you and the superintendent are absolutely correct.
Okay, so, and that to me would be, so here's a scenario. Student goes up to instructional aide and tells them. Instructional aide says, you need to, I hear what you're saying, you need to go talk to the school counselor. Student goes to the school counselor says, hey, your instructional aide sent you here. Before we get started on talking about anything, I need to tell you that this is what the policy is. That sounds like that, in your eyes, that would be okay.
that's what
Because they
I
have
just
not
said.
had a substantive conversation yet.
Correct.
Because I think what
Yeah.
Mark's saying here, which I agree, is that not every staff member, even as a teacher, I don't know if I'd feel 100% comfortable in being the person to have that conversation with a student, because I think we have a better chance of that getting bungled than if they actually, a counselor who has been trained exactly what to say, knows what concerns are, will say it. I just think we're at more risk if we just allow a staff member to do it.
Do we want to
But if we
specify?
say staff member, that includes a teacher who is comfortable saying those, because I know there are already some out there that feel comfortable doing that.
No, but this way,
And
if they go to a counselor, it is consistent. And it sounds like from what Brad is saying, consistency is also important. So that it's the same exact things being said. You take chances. How many teachers do we have in a school, approximately?
In the division, 900.
So how many in a school, 100 maybe? Like at
100,
BMS,
and a
there's
big
what,
100.
60, 70 teachers. Say 70 teachers. There's 2 guidance counselors. There's a greater chance that one of those 70 people are not going to get it right than the 2 people who do it all the time, they will get it right. And that's, I think, we're going to have less risk if we do it through the counselor.
Mr. King, just for clarification, is if a student approaches a teacher and talks to a teacher about this stuff, does the state consider that as counseling?
I do not believe so, because I think the regulation, and Ms. Whitaker might have it, I don't have it in front of me, I can pull it
I
up.
do. It says, no student shall be required to participate in a counseling program to which, right, the parents object. Referring them to the counselor
Yeah.
is sending them for that private session would be considered a counseling session. So that being directed to go there by a staff member is us sending them to participate in something without their parent knowing. And so that's the state
But
code.
not as a I mean,
What is
we have
their
to be
other role,
clear.
though?
We have to be clear about the role, and the role in that case, what I would say is that the counselor is essentially acting as a role as an information officer. They are the ones qualified to explain the process. It is not a counseling session, and I think that's what Mr. King was saying, that if that's the first thing that the counselor says.
I guess I just don't know of any time they're employed by us, their contract is as a school counselor. So I don't know at what point they're not functioning in that role when they're at work. That's their job.
So I understand your concern, But for me, because I was the one who said, this is, our children need to know before they say too much. And that's, for me, is the key, before they say too much. So if I, as an aide, a student approached me and said, I would like to have an accommodation, I should have already been educated that I stop and help that child understand, if we go any further at this point, then we will have to involve your parents. Is that not where we're at?
I actually think that, based on what Mr. King just said, actually, if you're the aide in that case, there isn't that same concern about counseling. So if you're a trusted friend of the student, if you're somebody the student trusts, let's say, and we heard from many students tonight that said, you know, when I see that flag, I know this is a safe place, right? So if you're one of these staff members that feels safe to this student, and the student comes up to you and says, here's what I've been thinking about, but you know, I don't want my parents to know, or I've got the situation at home that's complicated. In that case, based on what Mr. King is saying, it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you can have that conversation with that student and explain to them what the process is before they would agree to be referred to the counselor. Is that a correct understanding?
That's what we had in the policy.
Yeah, so once a student identifies they want an accommodation, then that's when a student should be told by anyone, this is the process. Once you start having a conversation about the accommodation that you would like to have, then we have to notify your parent.
Once you approve it.
Huh?
Once you confirm as a student that you want the accommodation.
Once,
Right.
Yeah.
once you request
Then
an
you
accommodation,
go to the guidance counselor.
yeah, then that's when the student is told, if you go any further with this, we are going to have to contact your parents. You are requesting accommodation.
Well, there's some nuances here. So I guess my first question, what's the answer to my most recent question, Mr. King, about if Miss Franklin is the trusted aide, let's say, can a student have conversations with her?
Well, the answer is, of course, they can have conversations. If I am that person, I would not want to engage in those conversations, given the gravity of the conversations, and I would do what Ms. Franklin is suggesting, saying, you are approaching a process, we have a process. I think what I said to you 5 minutes ago after the superintendent commented was, if all we're saying is, go to the counselor to get a copy of the process, I'm okay with that. But I think
Like
Ms.
a
Whitaker is
document.
concerned that when does process turn into substantive conversation? And your counselors better be daggone clear that all they're doing is saying, here's our policy, I'm reading paragraph 4, if we go down this next step, I call your mom and dad,
Yeah,
based on the way the policy's written now.
And that's,
Yeah, and I think, so
leaving
that's the
staff
thing.
in there is so much safer.
So your comment about public information or information clearinghouse or whatever you said, public officer, information officer,
Yeah.
that's the role the counselor's playing in that
Correct.
moment. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. So, and
so-
that's really where I am, and maybe this is something that the staff should weigh in on as well. But it's really a question of, you know, how confident are we that we will be able, you know, like what Ms. Cass was saying, be able to train, you know, 70 or whatever members of the school versus training 3 or 4 or 5 counselors who this is their job and they know when to. I don't know. I mean,
I think we would say that's why the original policy came forward the way that it did, because it is a big burden on, say, the cafeteria worker or the bus driver or the teacher, whomever it may be. It is. We haven't done that kind of mass training of like one single policy. We certainly can do it, but I think that's why it came forward the way that it did. We looked at all the laws and thought through what would be the best way to make sure the information is getting there appropriately, again, with the goal of bringing our families, you know, together to a conversation to help assist that child, to help provide them with what they feel they need, really was where we directed the policy when we wrote it.
But where we misstepped originally is that we went someplace where we were basically going to out kids who didn't understand the policy, who did not want to further pursue the policy. We didn't have a method of.
Have that option.
We didn't have that option, and now we do. And
Putting
so,
the option in.
but now in the process of doing that, we've moved the role from the counselor to the first person that the child runs into.
And I think there's a chance that the first person will get it right and they will handle it well, but not every single teacher, staff member will. And I think that if the teacher basically is the person who says, hey, listen, I think I hear what you're saying. I'd like you need to go down to talk to the guidance counselor about what the next steps would be. And they go down to the guidance counselor, and the counselor provides them with that information. And then you're making sure that everybody's getting basically the same information, because you're only talking about 2, 3 at most people in the building, and you know that they're going to share the same information. And as long as they know that, and I think our guidance counselors are bright enough people to realize they don't want to put themselves in any legal bad place either, and they're going to do exactly what they're supposed to do, which is say, hey, here's what the deal is.
Yeah, I mean, they probably do it with all sorts of other.
I think you have a better chance of somebody saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, or you get a teacher all caught, or a staff member all caught up in the whole thing, and the next thing you know, a parent's calling, oh my gosh, this staff member told my kid they could do this or that, and you're gonna have, I think we'll have bigger legal issues if we do it that way than if we're very consistent and we put it on the people who are the professionals in working with those kinds of conversations with children.
It's definitely easier to train a small group of counselors instead of the entire workforce as to what to do. Pretty much what we are doing, if we move this direction, is what we were doing prior to the policy anyway. It's pretty much what we were doing. Yeah. I mean, it was our practice.
Which I think had a lot more support. All the way around.
It was our practice before any of these policies was basically
Before we were instantly contacting the parent. In this case, what we're doing is giving the child an option. Here's what your options are, and the child could say to the counselor, never mind, I'm going back to class.
Well, when I say before, I don't mean this year. I mean like the last 3 or 4 years, how we've handled things. I mean,
before we had to have a policy.
We've handled this way before we were required to have a policy.
Correct.
And that's pretty much how we did things.
Maybe. There are probably people who would beg to differ that it wasn't exactly the way that is the best way. But it doesn't matter what we did in the past. I think we're trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Well, yeah, I know, but I was just. I was comparing what we did in the past was basically what is being proposed as we're doing right now.
But then aren't we defining who they trust? If we, instead of saying staff, we say counselor, maybe they would like to talk to their teacher or their aide.
Yeah.
And I don't think,
and they're able
but I
to
don't
handle
think,
it.
but I think as it's written right now, it almost hamstrings the teachers and the aides more. It puts responsibility on them.
I mean, staff.
But that wasn't the
Staff member
conversation
could be
we had a few
guidance
meetings
counselor.
ago. All I heard was that is who they had trust, and that's where I have a problem. That's why I'll be voting no, because I think parents should be making that decision. And getting emails from teachers saying, I don't want that responsibility on my shoulders for having to make that decision.
There's no reason.
And that's what take them off of it.
I understand, but that wasn't, like I said, that wasn't the conversation that we were having a few meetings ago at all. This is a complete different conversation.
There is no responsibility at the way
This is where.
this is written on anyone except to say, stop. You need to know this, plain and simple. There should not be any conversation about what accommodations that the student is seeking, because once they start seeking those accommodations, then we have to notify the parent. If someone comes to me as a trusted person and say, I really want to have accommodations I really want folks to call me by my pronouns. And I'll say, stop. And whether we provide everyone with a sheet or tell them you need to go to the guidance counselor so that they can explain to you what the next step is, which is this. Either way, there is no conversation with that
Correct.
child about any accommodation.
That's correct.
And that doesn't, so it's,
So
when we have, there might be students who don't trust going to the
The guidance
counselor.
counselor,
There are
right.
other people in the building that they have more trust with, but they also need to trust that that person is going to stop them before, so to speak, they get outed. The school system has to out them. Stop. We can't have this conversation because you need to know this first.
I hear what you're saying, Ms. Franklin, and I think we're in agreement on what we want to see happen for the students. I think the complication is if you get too specific in the policy to where you require the first person who the student talks to be that person to explain that policy, I think in some ways you might go against, what you were saying. And I think the other concern is, again, on getting that consistency. You're saying there shouldn't be much to this except for tell the student stop and explain the policy, but that there's
Madam Chair.
work to that,
Explain the
right?
policy is to tell them, if this conversation goes any further, we will have to notify your parents. It's not explaining the policy, it's just telling you. If the
Yeah, and-
conversation goes into you stating that you want accommodations, we will have to notify your parent.
I don't think we want to limit ourselves to just saying the guidance counselor.
Right, well, see, that's what, all right, Brad, read the policy.
Yeah, I think we've come entirely full circle.
Yeah.
Because as the administration
That's our normal.
originally proposed it, take the red out. Just read the sentence without the red.
Right.
What the administration proposed is if you walk up to Brad Aid says, time out, got to talk to the counselor, which would have done exactly what you're asking to do, Mr. Chewbacca. But last meeting, we added all this language in case the caveat was the kid didn't go to the counselor.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the problem lies in that not all of us agree that this is even a good idea. So I think that is where the biggest problem lies, that all of this leads to some degree, outing the student, that we are forcing them to make a decision without having a conversation with people and learning how to process what's going on. And I think that, at the end of the day, there's those of us who believe that we should not be doing that, and those that don't. And so I think we're trying to find a compromise that at least doesn't immediately out the student. And that's what we're trying to find, and some kind of a compromise where the student has the opportunity to make a decision. And, my only concern is, as Mr. Chewbacca said, that you're putting the pressure on the staff. And not all, it's just not going to be easy for everybody, all staff members to do that. And I think
We're not expecting
it's
it.
more consistent if you have the message coming from the counselors.
Mr. King, what you said about the red, if we take away the red in the policy,
Yes,
that's
sir.
what we have. That's not true. If we take away the red, we have the old policy, which was outing students, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to.
If I may, what I was speaking to
Yeah.
was the original proposed policy minus the red
Yeah.
simply says that if someone walks up to someone who's not a counselor, that person's going to refer the child to the counselor.
Yes,
That it
but
says the
then-
counselor is going to immediately
Yes.
contact parents. And that's
as
what we're
writ-
trying to
as
get
written,
away
it
from.
says the counselor will speak to the student to determine the level of support the student may need
prior to scheduling a meeting.
Sounds as though they're
So the
going to
train's
schedule
rolling.
period.
The train is rolling. If you think if you think a kid said, I want accommodations, they immediately go to the counselor's office and that train leaves the station and the kid cannot stop it And if they had no idea what this process was about, there's nothing they can do. That's what we have a problem with, and
Well,
that's why
then-
we
then
asked
maybe the deal is to take the red and put it after the referral to the student counselor,
Yep.
so that the student counselor says, time out. If you're starting to ask me these questions,
And that,
I gotta call your parents.
yes, and that's
That's what
and
we're
that's what
saying.
and that's the motion to amend that I
That's
have on
kind
the
of
table.
what we're saying.
So let me
You worded it
let me say that to you, let me say it back to you, Brad. It would
Yes,
say,
sir.
once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender identity that differs from the official school records, they will refer the student to their school counselor. The school counselor will speak to the student to notify them of the process. So all they've done is told them what the process is, to seek accommodations, which includes parental notification, and ask if the student would like to proceed.
You're just
That's
mo-
the crux of the difference.
You're
is
just moving the red sentence till after the referral to the counselor.
yeah, and you're putting in that, here's the information, do you want to proceed? If that student says yes, then I'm with Ms. Franklin and with everybody, the parents, it's part of the school records, by state law, the parents can find out,
I
but at
just
least
want
the
to be clear,
student
the
knows that.
only thing that I've been concerned about is putting a counselor in an untenable position where they have engaged in counseling that might violate the regulation. So if we stop at process, I don't think that's fundamentally different than if the aide or teacher or principal
Yeah.
explained the process.
Exactly. It's exactly the same.
Sure, but okay, so I mean, if you guys want maximum, it sounds, Ms. Graham, like you want maximum flexibility, which I'm fine with. I was trying to do something a little more simple here, but, you know, it could be that we could write the policy so that it could be the counselor or another staff member that has been trained.
Well, it says once a staff member, so that to me sounds pretty inclusive.
Unless that staff member doesn't.
Then
I
all they
think as
have
it's-
to say is, I'm not sure the process, but let's go to the counselor and understand the process, and then you can make a decision.
I mean, I agree with you, but I think what you just said is a violation of our policy, if we pass it tonight as it is.
No, it's not. It says once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender, blah, 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 they will notify the student of the process. So they can say, I don't know the process, but I can take you to a teacher or another staff member, whether it be a guidance counselor or another teacher, that knows the process.
If the staff and our legal counsel is okay with that, I think that's an acceptable compromise to me.
I need this
What
to
do you
get
think,
rewritten
Stu?
to really get a good sense of what we're accepting.
I mean, I think it's just as it's written, but she's interpreting it such that if a staff member doesn't know the process, that they can refer the student to another staff member that
They will
does.
notify the student of the process to seek accommodation, which includes parent and counselor school notification, or refer the student to someone who does.
Yeah.
And after
And
the student
ask
would
if,
like to proceed.
okay, but that requires a small edit to that, which is, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, my point was not from the beginning, tell the student that they can only go to counselor.
Yeah.
Because I think
That's fine.
that defeats the purpose of trusted individual. Because it could be very well somebody else on the first step. I mean, initially, at the end, they're gonna go to counselor, obviously, for the process to
Yeah.
proceed. But at least maybe they can feel comfortable talking to somebody else, maybe the English teacher or PE teacher, I don't know.
Okay, I'm okay with, can I make my amendment motion to then add,
You're welcome to. Can you read that again for all of us?
Mr. Shabaka, do you want me to?
yeah, why
to
don't
do-
you,
okay.
why don't you go for it?
So I believe the amendment would be to add to the red words, if I
Yeah.
can, Madam.
Once you start
Madam
at the
Clerk.
beginning of the
Okay, I'll read
sentence,
that
once a
sentence.
staff member
Once a staff,
becomes,
so the motion would be to amend the following sentence. Once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender identity that differs from official school records, the staff member will notify the student of the process to seek accommodations, which includes parent and school counselor notification, comma, or refer the student to someone who knows the process, comma, and ask if the student would like to proceed. Or if you want
Yeah,
to.
I think that's good, because there's still, the following sentence is, once the student confirms that they want to proceed. I would assume that confirmation comes after somebody who knows the process has explained it to the student. I mean, that
Right,
seems pretty.
and then they
That's why I
say,
inserted it where I did.
Yeah,
they go right to the guidance counselor from
Yeah.
there.
I'm okay with that edit.
Yeah, and it's not expecting all the teachers to have to know this. I mean, it'll certainly be something we have written up, but if they don't feel comfortable handling that, I respect that.
Yeah.
But they're gonna know who does. Or, the
That's
guidance
great. I mean, I
counselor.
think what we've come up with here is actually even more flexible than what we were
Yes, and that's
suggesting.
what
So
I
I'm
wanted, was
fine with that.
flexibility.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
to make students feel comfortable. That
Yeah.
flexibility is important.
I mean, some of this comes back to also regaining the trust of these students, and I heard them tonight, and I heard,
Yeah.
I'm privileged in a lot of ways, and in ways that they're not, and I think for us, I think we have to listen to them when they talk to us about what's important to them, and I think that piece, that trust piece, it's important for everybody, but I think it's way more critical, I think, for them, and I think we have to be really
Okay, can
careful.
Ms. Drake read that motion again in the wording so that we're all good with it and we
Yep.
can take a vote?
I have a few procedural questions, if I may. First, Mr. Chewbacca, are you withdrawing the First Amendment to the motion?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Cass, do you agree to withdrawing the First Amendment to the motion?
Do I agree? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
To withdrawing the First Amendment to the motion. Right now, we have an amendment on the already on the table. Mr. Chewbacca made the motion, Ms. Cass seconded the motion. If you both agree to withdraw, then we're moving to the Second
Okay, I
Amendment
second whatever.
Yeah.
to the motion. Does anyone second the Second Amendment to the motion?
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you. And what that should do, if I'm having a lucky day, is put it on the screen for you. I'm happy to read it for you out loud, but I know some of us are visual learners. Once a staff member becomes aware that a student wishes to begin asserting a gender identity that differs from official school records, the staff member will notify the student of the process to seek accommodations, which includes parent and school counselor notification, or refer the student to someone who knows the process and ask if the student would like to proceed.
So there's an extra S, I think staff
I took it
members-
out while
oh,
I was
okay.
reading, thank you.
And then it continue once the student confirms, blah,
Right.
blah, yeah.
The staff
There were no
mem-
changes to the second.
The staff member will right? The
I've
staff-
already adjusted it here. It
Oh,
will
we
show
just
there
don't
when we
see it
take the
there.
vote. I
Okay,
read it
all
and
right.
corrected it while I
Okay,
was
gotcha,
reading.
gotcha.
All right, so we have motion and a second. I think we've had a lot of discussion. All those in favor?
No, roll call.
I'm sorry, roll call.
Yeah.
Ms.
Sorry.
Bond?
No.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes, but I do want to make a comment that I'm saying yes because this is better than what we had before, but it is not what I think it should be. So I just want to clarify my yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
So the motion to amend carries. So you'll remember that when we amend a motion, sorry, I'm getting some computer errors. We're going to just.
Oh.
So that was that vote was on the amendment to the motion. So now we're going to go back to the original motion, which was made by Mr. Chewbacca and seconded by Ms. Karan, which would be to approve the updates to policy 7-1.5 as now amended. Right? So we voted on the amendment first. Now you're going to go back and you'll vote on the full policy again with the amendment, the full motion again with the amendment. There is already a first and a second on the floor. If it's okay with the board, I'll go ahead and proceed with a roll call vote.
Yes, please.
Ms. Bond?
No.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes, and I will say that this in no way takes away the parent's right to know. It empowers the student to be able to make a decision for themselves if they want to move forward with that. And that's why I'm voting yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
No.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Awesome. All right, our next item on the agenda is board member reports. Who would like to start?
I will. I've got my conference notes all written out.
You go, Jamie.
Usually not that way.
At 10:30.
That's exactly right. We got to hurry up. Okay, so general session, first one was Frank Beamer, be humble and kind and be professional. He went by 3 C's, which I thought he did a fantastic job with his address to the first general session. The first breakout session I went to is establishing meaningful business partnerships, a handshake, not a handout. And they talked about, not always go to businesses and say, what can you do for us? Go and say, this is what we can do for you. They had lots of cool ideas of, doing, I know we do college and career fairs, but they actually did an expo and had students with resumes there and invited all the businesses in. And they gave out like 300 resumes. I mean, it was really neat. Second one, we went to the school all supporting our attorney. I'll leave. I didn't really come away with a whole lot of things on that one because it was over my head, I'll be honest. The third session that I went to was other than, we went to Annie's, and I'm so proud of her. She did such a fantastic job. We want to just her people in the room more than any session I have been to in a number of years, and I think she did a fantastic job. And people were on their phones and figuring and asking questions and raising their hands, and that's not something you generally see at the session. So thank you, and I'm so proud that you were part of our division. Yes. And another biggie that actually Dana and I watched this together was a Zoom session, and I felt this really hit home. A board meeting in a divided community. And I think that's in a lot of counties, but I think because we have for years always talked about how different our community is. And I was anxious to hear exactly, and it was amazing. She said, number one, you have to agree to disagree. You have to keep your emotions in check. You have to be factual. No parliamentary procedure, even if it's tough. Going by it keeps things professional, and it keeps it business-like, even if we don't all like it. Stay laser focused on the students because they're the main thing. Do not speak to each other in a condescending way. There were just that was one. I wish we could all watch that Zoom because it was amazing, the things that she said that just hit home for us and the things that we've been dealing with. And I really, really enjoyed that one so much as more than any of them. What was one of the other one
I
thing?
think we should have access to that.
Yeah, and that's what I
Right?
said too.
I
But it
agree.
was,
I'm going to jump in real quick if nobody minds,
ahead.
since Jamie's already talking about it. Probably one of the best sessions out of the few years that I've been going to the VSBA. I hated it was Zoom because I would have loved to have sit and talked to her more and asked her questions, but I honestly feel that every school board would benefit from watching this particular session. Of course, it would be up to the board, but I would highly suggest, if the board is interested, that we look into possibly watching that. It was not that long. Was it 30
Oh, yeah, it was
minutes?
30
maybe?
minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't that long, but just the amount of information and impact it had in that short amount of time. What Jamie and I both got out of it, I mean, we were both kind of like, at the same time, yes, and knowing that we're not alone, knowing that, all boards are having same issues, same problems, kind of gives you a little bit more, clarity into, it isn't just here, it's everywhere. And I'm going to just piggyback on the staying laser focused on students. I mean, that was basically her theme, pretty much throughout the session.
Well,
she would say things, but yet she would come back to remember what your job is. you know, and I think sometimes, and another piece, and I'm guilty of this, I'll be the first to admit it, try to stay emotionally unattached. That's very difficult. We're all passionate, and that's what I love about our board in general with everyone on it. But another thing was sometimes, you know, there's a reason that they don't let doctors operate on family members or loved ones. Sometimes emotions and feelings can cloud judgment, and, you know, she just always, that's a reminder just to keep that in mind. So I just think it was a great overall.
She was from
session.
Caroline County.
Caroline County.
Can you all send, if you send the link out, I will definitely watch it.
It was good.
I think the links are only, I think those Zoom meetings are recorded, the ones that are
They are.
recorded?
They are.
I think
Yeah.
they were only going to be good for about 30 days, I think they said, so.
So, yeah, they send a link
Yeah,
for everyone.
so.
They said it would be available. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're right.
Hello? Brenda just emailed the board the link.
Okay.
Oh,
good.
awesome.
Thanks.
Oh, she
Okay.
emailed VSBA to get it. Sorry.
Cool.
Okay. Anybody else?
So,
Are
yeah,
you-
let me just say real quick,
ahead.
again, I was the VSBA delegate, legislative delegate. It didn't happen at the conference. They wanted to continue to do that Zoom because the conference was part in person and part,
Sure.
you know, virtual. So, again, kudos to them. It was everybody, virtual again. The first time, they did a fantastic job. Second time, fantastic job. So I just am really appreciative to them. It's not very easy. We had 100 and some people on this one Zoom, and it was very organized, very professional, and I was just very impressed with how everything went. So I'm very humbled and honored to have been a part of that again. And I would like to say that I was contacted by J.T. Kessler and Gina Patterson. They have asked me to be a legislative advocate this coming year.
Woohoo.
So I have graciously accepted that from them, and will be
Awesome.
working with them, and will be probably going to Richmond several times and seeing what I can do to help the public school system. So
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm very excited
I
about
saw
that.
your name on the list, so
Yeah.
I was like, yes,
Thank you.
Montgomery County representative.
Awesome. All right. Well, I also attended the conference, and some of the sessions I attended were on public address and policy, and most important was student mental health. So I'll bring those things back to administration and pass the information I learned along.
I wanted to share at least, I think, I love the breakout sessions, and there's always one or two that really shine. I think for anybody that attended Annie's presentation, that was probably the one for them.
Annie's was the best by far, hands down.
Absolutely.
But the one I went to that was really like, I just came away with so much. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things on here for it, but it was a guy named Chuck English, who's the Virginia STEM coordinator, but he also, I guess he works for the state commission. I think he's also like the head of some museum in Richmond,
Science Museum.
Science Museum in Richmond or something like that. But you know, the bottom line is that the state is kind of getting involved in the STEM education side of things, and it's all it's very new. And there is money and there's resources available there. And they've kind of let him loose on this stuff. But, you know, one thing he went over was he showed like a bunch of different models of STEM. At the lowest level is where your school has no STEM, and at the top level is where you have fully integrated STEM. And in between are things like, you know, where you do STEM as an elective, or you do STEM as part of gifted or something like that. And you know, one of the ideas basically is that the best model is when you fully integrate it, because then you get it to everyone. You know, it's not just kids opting in and stuff like that. It was really impressive, the amount of work the state seems to be gearing up to do on this. I hope they follow through. So I came away with a lot of resources, and I wanted to ask, I'll meet up with you guys later about maybe getting some of these resources, but apparently there's lots of money for individual teachers, and there's programs and things like that, and he was making himself available to advise any school system that wanted to do it. And I think at the elementary level, we're already doing fully integrated, which is amazing. I mean, there's lots of school systems aren't doing anything. So definitely, you know, it'd be interesting to see, if we can align, you know, our secondary as well, and if we can make use of some of their money, right? So anyway, and then there was the other breakout session that had an impact on me was I went to one titled, "Is there an antidote to poisonous policy discussions?" And similar, I think, vein is the one that you guys went to. And they spent a lot of time, I guess, talking about some of the public comment models and things like that, and you know, went over strategies to, you know, how to boost broader voices, marginalized voices, things like that, and had a lot of really good, like, small ideas and stuff. So I know it sounds like, you know, this board will probably revisit, you know, some of our policies again on that public speaking thing. I think it might be good to have a conversation around some of this stuff, and maybe even use this person. Her name was Kim Bridges. She was a former school board member who works for VCU now, and see if we can't incorporate a few of the ideas to just engage people better and hear a broader number of voices. So that's it for me.
Okay. Anybody else?
So,
Oh, go for it.
oh, no, you go
That's
ahead.
okay,
Julie.
you go
No,
ahead.
go.
Well, I attended, obviously, you know, actually, as a board of directors, I had to moderate 2 sessions. So one of them, they put me on any session, which was, you know, proudest thing to do. That was pretty cool. And then the other one was, cheat sheet. It was by Hanover County Public Schools. It was on an island talk, which was basically how they dealt with the pandemic. And it was very, that's why attending those professional developments, which we are asking our teachers to do, so we definitely should do too. It's mind-boggling because this county, you know, they did not have any technology when the pandemic hit. I mean, they didn't have one-on-one at all. So in a very short period of time, how they pulled it together, that was their story. And, you know, the whole thought process was, is it in the best interest of children? And they apparently have posters. I thought that would be nice. And then students saying, I am your why. So I thought that's a really nice idea to have some posters saying those. And then I attended legislative update by J.T. Kestner and Stacy, and what are the things we may expect when the new General Assembly comes together. They worry about the reduction of the benchmarking dollars. You know, some of the mandates may come without you know, obviously attached money. That's a common theme. And one of them is, I think, science reading. That is a bill that they are expecting to happen and be mandated, that we have a curriculum with science reading. So we'll see how it will come to fruition. Pretty much, I think I of course attended School of Update as well, and the other thing I did is just today I actually did my last Southwest Virginia Governor's School meeting. So the next meeting is March 8th, 1:30 in Pulaski. So whoever this board, you know, chooses on the organizational meeting, just FYI. And they still have to talk about that, what to do with their roof. I don't know if Dr. Sears reached out or not, but maybe in the pandemic, nobody had time to figure that out. They are looking for, I guess, $220,000 worth of roof repair, and, you know, how to pay for it. So that's pretty much it. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Franklin?
Penny. I know she gave it to me, took chance.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so I didn't go to the conference, but I received all the emails about all the different workshops and trying to get folks to come, which has been a new experience because we've never had this happen before. And I know I forwarded at least one workshop that I was hoping some board members would attend. Did you all see that? Okay.
No.
It's on- I can't remember the title of it, but it was about diversity and inclusion and, equity. So I did visit schools today, CES, CPS, and BES, and toured the new construction going on, and it is just absolutely amazing. Hearing teachers talk about closing doors in buildings where there were no walls before was just, it was like, wow. I'm thinking about walls, and now they have doors, right? So it was just wonderful, and I cannot wait for the community to be able to go into these buildings and see what we have. And so looking forward to what CHS is going to look like and how it will function and how it will not just support students in Montgomery County, but students around this county because of the innovative things that are going to go into that building.
My turn?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I did not go to the conference either. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, so I'm sorry I missed some of those. Sounds like some pretty good stuff. Actually, what I'm going to mention is something that has nothing to do with myself. But there was a teacher who received an honor, and we did not recognize that person, so I wanted to make sure that that person was recognized. He was chosen as the 2021 High School Teacher of Excellence Award from the National Council of Teachers of English at their recent conference, and that would be Josh Thompson, who is an English teacher at Blacksburg High School. So congratulations, Josh.
Nice.
Okay. Our next item.
One more thing.
Oh,
I also went to Christiansburg High School. I was invited by the Black Awareness Club to speak to them about CI. And anyway, it was a great discussion. It was a very interactive, very engaged group of students, and it was wonderful.
awesome. What a great opportunity. Our next item on the agenda is unfinished business. Currently, there are no matters of unfinished business tonight.
I don't know if this would be unfinished business or new business.
Well, let me give the explanation of unfinished business.
Okay.
The board has adopted Robert's Rules of Order as the parliamentary authority to have orderly meetings. Unfinished business is not for rehashing old ideas. It is for bringing business from an earlier meeting that were pending motions and other business items not reached before the previous meeting adjourned.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't know if it falls in
Right.
that or not.
Why don't you ask
And we
Well-
retitled that.
What was that?
briefly?
Another discussion, we need to have a discussion about this.
Well, what I'd like to have a discussion about, I'd like to revisit a conversation we've had and a decision we made because in light of some of the conversations that we heard this evening, and in light of a lot of emails and
About the policy? I'm trying to not cut you short, but I want to help decide if.
It's
it goes
about
into
pride
New
flags.
business, yeah, that would be new business.
Okay,
Because that means it would have to
so we're
be-
moving on to new business, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now I can go.
So now go ahead.
Okay, so I would like
We're
to.
in new business.
I'd like to it's hard to figure out what goes where.
That's okay.
I would like to revisit our decision on the pride flags. And I know last week I was on the phone for the meeting. It's very hard to follow when you're driving 4 hours from Washington D.C. to here and follow a conversation. But I know that Penny mentioned it, and I think I talked about it a little bit too. But I would like to put on our agenda for the next meeting to revisit that conversation and to revisit the idea of allowing pride flags in our classrooms. I think,
Okay.
I think, excuse me?
Go ahead. So the question is to the board, and we would have to have a majority to add it to an agenda at a future meeting, is to put, do you know the policy number exactly? It's a series of policies. Okay. The series of policies that you're talking about, teacher displays in classrooms, to a future agenda to be discussed. So we just have to have a majority of the board that agrees to do that. So,
I think last time we only had 6 people, so I think that's why it was deadlocked, but I agree to that.
so I'll just go around the room. Ms. Franklin, you're good with it?
Yep.
Okay. Jamie, no? Dana, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
No.
4-3? Yes.
Only thing, I'm gonna, of course, this decision will happen when Linwood is sitting in my place, but I just want to understand, because I remember when we discussed about this, when we accommodate one, I mean, I agree and I sympathize what I heard, so I'm not like anti-them per se. But we said, that's why we stuck the policy at that time. We said we accommodate one thing, how about the others? And you have to think about how you're gonna handle that, because I don't think that changed from last time we made a decision to this time. But I wanna give Linwood a chance to discuss with you guys too, so that's the
Okay.
reason it is on.
All right, so for a future agenda. All right.
So is it, sorry, when we do new business, I mean, why isn't it, I guess, just for clarification, would that come up at the next meeting, or?
It would be, when we make that decision and we say, yes, we want to add an agenda item to a future meeting,
Yeah,
it is then decided, based on the content, maybe it's something that we've asked administration for and they have to put together lots of data.
Okay.
They may not be able to do that for a couple meetings.
I understand, but,
So,
but,
This could probably be on the next.
yeah, I mean, this is a
agenda then.
discussion, so.
But, I mean, it doesn't require,
Yeah.
we're not looking for any.
no.
No, basically, we'll bring back what we brought back a few weeks ago and
Right.
give you the same
Yeah.
information again. And I'm assuming, Brad, you'll be here at the
Right.
first meeting, I'm hoping, which is the
January 11th.
January the
January
11th.
And
Okay.
you voted on this. So your norms and protocols document, we gave you little,
We didn't vote on it.
you voted on how this procedure occurs. Yes, sir. So you have a norms and protocols document, and it says that when somebody brings an item up in new business and they want to add an agenda item, that it will be added to the next meeting agenda, and that if it cannot, for whatever reason,
okay,
I have
that
plenty of
vote,
extra copies of that. But if it cannot, that the superintendent will notify the board members that it cannot and the reason why it cannot. So the example that Ms. Graham mentioned
Sure.
about staff time, or you get an overloaded agenda, and things kind of have to be moved around when we start talking budget. But that is in writing, voted on by the board. So you have those procedures in place.
Yep. Okay, any other new business? Okay, announcements and information? All right, agenda prep. The upcoming meetings are on your agenda. Our next meeting is January 11th and will be held at the County Government Center. It will be our first meeting in the newly renovated space.
Oh, it's done?
And I'm very jealous.
It will be.
It's not done yet.
Not done yet. January 11th is also our organizational meeting. Dr. Meyer will lead the meeting until a chair is elected. And Mr. Linwood Hudson will join our board in January. Mr. Hudson, is he still here?
He's up there.
Oh, hey, wave to us. We look forward to having you on the dais with us in January. Our next order of business is closed session. Do I have a motion to go into closed session to discuss 4 student matters, 1 personnel matter, and 1 real estate matter as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're now in closed session.
All right, so we go back up to the
Are we
other
going
room.
up?
Yep, we go back
Now, please.
upstairs. So
Okay.
that
Shall
they
we
can
clean
break.
up and go?
We can leave our stuff here.
But the audiovisual, we pay them by the hour.
Okay,
We're gonna let them.
okay. Just to make sure, it will take a while to clean up.
Who left us next?